Much of England will enjoy brighter skies and... This sounds weird already. Why does this sound weird? Does this sound weird to you?
No, it sounds fine.
It sounds fine to you? I
Yeah.
sound to me like I'm in the next room. Why is that?
I don't know.
No, I don't know. Oh, God, here we go. Somebody's come in here and screwed with the settings again. I'll rip the arms off whoever's screwed with these settings. And I don't mean that metaphorically either. I'm just going to tie you to two horses and have you charge in opposite directions. Much of England will enjoy brighter skies and warm weather thanks to subtropical air being drawn in from the southwest. It really does sound like I've got my head in a bucket, doesn't it? Shall we go to a break and then come back and find out what it is that whoever's been in here has done to this place? Oh, my God. But you know me, I'm a trained professional and I never complain.
Stop whining.
I'll just go on with it. Much of England will enjoy brighter skies with warm weather thanks to subtropical air being drawn in from the southwest, with the above-average temperatures until at least Sunday. However, and it's a big but, you know what? Once somebody came in here and for some ungodly reason, they turned the microphone right. There it is. Oh, my God. I'm back. Why would anybody turn the microphone round? I mean, it's clamped so that it can't move. So somebody has come in here and unclamped it and then turned it around to a position that it is impossible to use. Oh, my God. I want the name of the person who was in here last. Who is it?
Hey, just saying that if you wanted to go to a break, you can
No.
break.
That's giving up, that is. This happened before. It's like somebody has come in to sabotage this show because there's no earthly reason why somebody would turn a microphone round, because you can't tell by looking at it what's the front and what's the back. So you have to literally unclamp 1, 2, 3, 4 clamps and then physically twist it around and then reclamp it into the wrong place. It's 180 degrees from where it should be. This happened before. Why would anybody do that other than to try to sabotage this super show? Or
it can only be attributable to human error.
Have you heard? Much of England will enjoy brighter skies and warm weather thanks to subtropical air being drawn in from the southwest, with the above average temperatures until at least Sunday. However, the picture is not the same across the whole of the UK, with Western Scotland under a weather warning for 4 inches of rain.
Warning, warning.
And that's until noon on Saturday. Downpours also expected in Wales, as usual. And there's probably a few young people. You know young people? No! Yes, young people who don't understand what 4 inches of rain amounts to, so I will do the translation into metric for you. You multiply by 9, divide by 4, and add 32 to go from inches to feet. So 4 times 9 is 63. 63 divided by 4 is, well, we can be approximate. We don't need to be absolutely accurate. So 63 divided by 4 is about 20. Plus 32 is, wow, 62. They're going to have 62 feet of rain in Western Scotland before tomorrow at noon. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Saturday is going to be another cloudy and wet day across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Arr, arr, arr. And cloudy across England and Wales with a few spots of drizzle possible. Into the weekend, the rain in the northwest eventually eases away. I doubt it. But it also turns a bit cooler at the same time. Temperatures are going to fall back at the start of next week. Highs of only 55 Fahrenheit expected on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's like winter outside. Saturday, fog lifting over south and central England to leave warm sunshine. Cloudier elsewhere with rain moving across Scotland and into northern England. And the outlook for Sunday to Tuesday, mainly dry Sunday. After patchy drizzle clears in the south, some blustery showers across the north, rain for the northwest on Monday, but dry for most into the start of next week. Nonsense. I'll check while you wait. Dry in the northwest? I don't think so. Aha! In Glasgow, raining tonight and raining on Saturday, and, hang on a minute. Wow! Not raining on Sunday. You get a whole day when it doesn't rain. Can you believe that?
No.
Monday, raining. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, dry. Cloudy, mind. I mean, you ain't going to see the sun, of course. Let's not get carried away. And then raining on next Saturday, raining Sunday, raining on Monday, raining on Tuesday, raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday. And, every day for the rest of your lives.
Oh, no.
Sad to say, it's true. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
For the next 2 weeks, unsettled and breezy in the north, the south remains largely dry with sunny spells, mostly dry conditions, expected then to dominate the UK for much of the period. It's going to dominate it. Overnight fog, which means you won't be able to see any of those asteroids or whatever they are that are going to come flying over. Very, very exciting celestial event.
Boring.
It'd be about one flash an hour, but you won't see it because there's too much fog. Oh, well, never mind. Temperatures are likely to be around or slightly above average for the time of year. And the last week of October, first week of November. Oh, my God, it's practically November. It's just 6 shopping weeks till Christmas. Go out there and buy. It's what Jesus would want on his birthday. So the last week of October, first week of November, turning more widely unsettled. The wettest and windiest conditions are likely to remain in the northwest, with more settled conditions to the south and eastern areas at times. Into early November, widespread dry spells are possible across the country, with temperatures near or above average. Temperatures near or above average? We'll take it! Tom tweets, the Adam Smith Institute slammed Boris Johnson's speech as bombastic, vacuous and economically illiterate. But he's doing his best. Mr. Bombastic. Right. That actually fits. Hey, Bodge, you're Mr. Bombastic. Yes. Do these people actually want to talk to me, or is this a holdover from the previous show? Well, I'll just dive in. The doctor is in. What advice would you like? Ashton Underline. Hello, Andrew.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not a holdover. I was ringing to speak to you, Nick.
Ah, go ahead.
So, 5:10, Friday afternoon, feeling quite pleased with myself, day's work. Open up the emails, do a quick check. Your energy bill will be rising by 34%.
Wow. 34%. Blimey.
I was just like, oh, for God's sake. I just slammed down the lid on the laptop.
Well, at least it was nice of them to tell you, rather than just send you a bill with surprise written on the envelope.
You got to love the timing, though. 5:10.
5:10?
That's what time the email came.
Oh, it was an email. Oh, I thought they sent you a letter, an email. Oh, well, I take that back. It wasn't polite and nice of them at all. Emails, there's nothing nice or polite about them. If they had gone to the trouble of writing you a letter, then maybe.
Don't be silly.
Well, that's a good point. You make a good point there, Andrew. But silly is unfortunately all I've got. In the absence of silly, then you'd be hearing this. For 3 hours. Anybody want to hear that?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay, maybe. That could be a new format. Complete silence. You're welcome.
Thank you.
The Confederation of British Industry warned that the economy is at a fragile moment, with the risk of inflation becoming a problem.
Oh, no.
In a string of developments, the national grid prompted fears of blackouts, with a warning over electricity supplies this winter, and more energy firms were expected to collapse, with customers being switched to suppliers charging higher tariffs. Higher tariffs, as in, like that last bloke just heard. You don't want to get an email saying that the price of anything has gone up by 34%. It was claimed that the UK could become more reliant on dirty coal. No! With a warning over we might not be able to keep the lights on otherwise. Just as we host a UN climate change conference. Embarrassing, no?
No.
No. Not remotely embarrassing. Nobody's going to do anything about climate change until it's too late. You know that that's true. Until the water is lapping underneath your nostril holes, no one is going to do anything about it. We'll pretend, but other than that, it's all just blah, 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 as Greta said. Experts have warned that Britain faces an inflation shock that would squeeze family finances and could derail the economic recovery. Economic recovery. That's a good one. One city analyst said inflation was heading to levels not seen for 30 years, while a think tank warned of a big increase in council tax. Oh, I would just love to be paid to think in a tank. The National Energy Action Group said that up to 1.5 million more households could be plunged into fuel poverty if the energy cap soars. And how's it going apart from that?
Dreadful.
We may get blackouts this winter. The price of gas and electricity is going through the roof. The food industry is warning of shortages. Schools are being told to stockpile food for school dinners. Businesses can't get the staff they need to survive. Farmers are pouring milk down the drain because they can't get it transported. Farmers are killing animals and incinerating them because they can't get the butchers. Restaurants are having to close or limit their hours because they can't get the staff. Petrol stations are still running out of fuel. Intel says there's a shortage of chips for phones and toys and cars. Everything is going up. House prices are rocketing. Council tax is going up. National insurance is going up. The cost of materials is going up. You can't get hold of some materials. The cost of rail and bus fares are going up. Meanwhile, the universal credit cuts, the biggest overnight reduction in welfare for generations. The end of the furlough scheme could make 250,000 unemployed. Wages aren't keeping pace with inflation. Brexit's still not done yet. And this bloke's in charge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And his answer to all that in his big comedy performance at the Tory conference this week was British. Britain. Strength. Power. Forward. And that's it. Oh, and he tousled his hair, just like he's been doing since he was a schoolboy. So, you know, there's that.
Fabulous.
We're doomed. 0345. It's like being stuck in a police holding cell with a psychopath. Can I have my own cell, please?
No.
0345 6060 973. Paul texts, I don't suppose you spotted a Bentley leaving the scene on your arrival to work this evening. I think that would definitely explain this microphone sabotage. Yeah, thanks a lot, Steve. Keep your sticky hands away from my instruments. This email says, I believe the country should have a day of mourning every month on the last day if Boris Johnson is still Prime Minister. Good idea. What do you reckon, Bodge? He'll think about it. Let's have a call in Wellingborough. Mick.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'd like to just speak about, is it Dave Lewis, the new Tesco's bloke that's working with the government on logistics?
Mm-hmm. Dangerous Dave Lewis.
Hopefully you got the song The Lunatics Are Taking Over the Asylum.
Sadly not. No, I've got this one though. It doesn't really fit though, does it?
Nah, not at all. It's mad. Absolute madness. Don't hold him personally responsible, but people of his former position of all the supermarkets responsible for this debacle.
Why are they responsible?
Right. Why are there queues and lorries not getting unloaded? Not because there's no lorries, it's because there's not enough staff in the warehouse to unload them.
Right. Where did the staff go?
Some of them went home, and some of them due to the pandemic, and some of them went home due to Brexit.
Yeah.
If he didn't know how many of his staff were going to leave, if the CEOs didn't know how many Eastern Europeans were going to leave after Brexit happened, then why are they CEOs?
Are they supposed to be mind readers, though?
No, because people could have applied for resettlement. That's just part of the situation.
This is news to me. I haven't heard that there are queues of lorries waiting to get unloaded. I just thought that there weren't any lorries, or rather drivers to make them go.
Okay, there's a shortage of every single industry in the country, apart from warehousing. Everyone else is reporting shortages, apart from warehousing. Impossible. Even before the pandemic happened, before Brexit happened, you still had queues of 4, 5, 6 hours at the warehouse to get unloaded.
Well, this is all news to me. Why would that be?
Because there's not enough people to unload.
But if that happened before Brexit, then that seems odd.
Because they weren't employing enough people. Full stop. Before Brexit happened.
And how do you know all this?
Because I was a lorry driver.
And you used to have to wait.
I used to sit on my arse for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours.
Well, it's the best place to sit.
Right? Well, not really. Not when you're on a stainless steel bench like you get on a train station out on the platform. Anyway, that's only part of it. Second part of it is when these lorries are there for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, a 2-hour turnaround is acceptable. Nobody pays the haulier for their driver being sat around doing nothing. The haulier has to pay the driver. The lorry isn't working. The driver leaves. He might well not have enough time to get to his next job.
Well, all this sounds very, very specific and like weirdly
logical.
Well, I suppose so, but it's not really got anything to do with what we're talking about.
Well, what are you talking about? I thought you just took calls at random. I mean, this is...
I guess so, Mick, but this is a bit of a specific whine on your part. You're just complaining about the job that you used to have. It doesn't really have anything to do with the situation that we find ourselves in, because previous to Brexit and COVID, everything was ticking along just fine. Shelves were stocked. People didn't have to queue for 6 hours to get petrol. I still see no petrol in petrol stations as I go past. Thanks a lot, Mick. I'm going to move on because I can't really get bogged down in how long it is you have to wait to get your lorry unloaded. That just seems weird. I mean, if warehouses or supermarkets and so on are they can't get their act together to unload a lorry when it arrives, well, that's a matter for them. But it doesn't really have anything to do with what's facing the country, which is a lack of drivers, not drivers sitting around doing nothing. But anyway, thanks for that. Cheer up, mate. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Richard texts, Nick, I am currently fishing for the night. Cannot see any shooting stars. I am also hungry. Send me a kebab. It'll be with you straight away, Richard. Watch for it at your tent flap. This says, so all the old people we have spent the last 18 months... All the old people we have spent the last 18 months ruining our economy to protect are now going to freeze to death this winter because they can't afford to turn their central heating on. Great skills, Bojo. Doing an excellent job of tousling his hair just so. You look fantastic, Bodge. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. 0345 6060 973. Let's have... he was waiting a really long time, and he was obviously very, very animated about that. It was unfamiliar to me. I had no idea that people were waiting for 6 hours to unload their produce. Well, if that's the case, then people should get their act together. It not benefit no one. Narberth. Neil.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to say thank you, Nick, because you got me through the week. I was sort of dreading the Tory Party conference this week and listening to all the BS coming out of Bojo. But what I did, I managed to sort of scan back to your whole show podcast from about 2.5 years ago. Oh. And when we were talking about Brexit just after the vote and all that sort of stuff, and Mrs M was still in power.
Oh,
and
Mrs Thatcher.
No, Mrs M sort of kicking off a comedy clown shoes and whatever.
Right.
And it was just like listening to exactly what's happening today.
Yeah.
All the calls
it's the
about,
same thing around and around and around. It's like time is frozen. We're still stuck 2 years ago. Wake up, sheeple.
You're like a seer, Nick, because it was all exactly as you sort of portrayed it at the time, and the so-called experts and so on. Literally sort of people were saying, "I don't listen to experts" and so on, but it's exactly as they said.
All of that Project Fear stuff wasn't Project Fear; it was Project Fact. Turns out, who could have thunk it?
And the last show I listened to was beginning of February 2019 or something like that. And it was literally the day that the supermarket bosses had all written to the MPs saying, don't do this, it's going to be a nightmare, it's going to be really bad, etc., etc. And then, sure enough...
Come to find out, experts...
2.5 years later...
always wrong about everything. You really could go back to 2019. How did you get that?
Yeah. Just on the on Global Player, you can go back about 2 years.
Blimey.
But I think you can go back 2.5 years if you go to another podcast site.
Right.
So I think Jan in York, I think, a little while ago, was having trouble getting all of the really old ones on your site. But if you don't go on Global Player and just go on to a normal podcast site...
Because I have trouble getting them myself, because I chop them up for a podcast that I do called The Nick Abbott Habit. It's a half an hour of concentrated amusement. Comes out on Monday, and I'm around about the time... In fact, it's just a week before glorious exit from the European Union.
Happy days.
Yeah, weren't they just? And we felt we had something... Well, some people felt they had something to look forward to. So much so that we were banging a bob for Big Ben's bong.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Well, if you go back, I say, if you look on, I don't know, Pod Paradise or Podbean or something like that, you can go back to the beginning of, or even Google Podcasts, I don't know, but you can go back to 2019, the beginning of 2019 of your whole shows.
Okay, all right, I'll look it up. Thanks a lot, Neil. There you are. You see, he's actually helping me to look up myself. Hey, have you ever looked up yourself on the internet?
Disgusting.
Yes, this important call in Doncaster. Hello, Martin.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I was just wondering to see whether you're having the time of your life tonight, just like Therese Coffee.
I am having the time of my life.
I couldn't believe that the other day, Nick. Yeah, I mean, I'd just lost £86 a month, and she's singing and dancing. You know what? I'm that poor now, I can't afford food. I'm having to look for roadkill just so I can eat.
Roadkill? Yeah, you probably don't want to eat roadkill. Can I interest you in a vegetable?
I just couldn't believe what I was watching the other day. Yeah, that...
Martin, they're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you. And it's just so blatant. They're just... It's as though they wake up in the morning and think, how can we poke them today? How can we prod them? It's like a dog snoozing in the sun. You poke it and you poke it and you poke it, and it's just too fat and lazy and stupid to do anything. Well, which animal are we in that scenario?
It's laughable. Like when I listened to Johnson the other day, Bill Bat Burger and Bill Bat
God.
Batter.
He thinks it's so funny. It's painful, and that's what the nation wants. Cod jokes, lame jokes from some entitled oaf who was born into riches and stayed there. All right, thanks a lot, Martin. Don't eat everything that you find dead on the roadside. Might not be tasty. This text says, due to reduced supply, COVID, Brexit, etc., government is now trying to reduce demand and inflation taxes. What? Due to reduced supply, brackets, COVID, Brexit, etc., government is now trying to reduce demand and inflation taxes. Does that make sense?
No.
It ends, potential danger is deflation. Well, you sound like an expert. That was an economics expert speaking there. This one, Lee texts, Nick, only one way to stop inflation, raise interest rates. Right. Well, you two should put your heads together. You could come up with a thought between you. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good evening.
Simon.
I've got for you a complaint, a warning, a definition, and an analogy.
An analogy.
An analogy. An analogy. The complaint is, I've had to have an argument with Brian in Salton-on-Tees twice now on Clive Ball's show, because you won't let him on anymore, and do it yourself.
And do it myself?
And argue with him yourself. So I have to do it for you.
Not Do It Myself, the album by Ian Dury.
Rock and roll!
Which is a very good album, actually. Very underrated, in my opinion.
Put before my time, Nick.
What, have you heard of Beethoven?
Oh, yeah.
Well, was he before your time?
The dog on the film? No, I'm joking. Yeah, of course I have.
Of course.
Right, so that's my complaint, right?
Yes.
The warning to everybody listening, don't you even think about going and using care services or our NHS. I'm just passing this on straight from Sajid Javid. It's not there to be used.
No.
You should be going to friends and family first.
It's not there for your amusement. Don't turn up sick to a hospital.
Yep, that's right.
It'll ruin their entire business model.
the definition I've got for you is the definition of Tory, right?
Uh-oh. There we go.
In my opinion,
Keep it clean.
In my opinion, I've said this to you before. In my opinion, the definition of Tory is either or and always at somebody else's expense. Right?
Wait a minute. The definition of Tory is either or,
Yep.
and always at somebody else's expense.
Yep. We can't do that because we've got to do this. We can't build that because we've got to build this.
Oh.
And it's always at somebody else's expense, i.e. we can't give you a universal credit uplift.
No, because we've got a beautiful flagship to build.
That's right.
Yeah, or a useless train track to put down.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
Or nuclear weapons.
The thing is, Nick, right? Owing to that, linking back to that definition, we now couldn't be a part of something big and move on and progress into the future. Because too many people in this country who vote Tory have wanted to drag us back to the either.
Right, it's not back to the future, it's back to the past.
Yeah.
Our future is in the past.
And the thing is, they've got what they want now, but the thing is, it's at our and their own expense.
Well, I very much doubt that anybody from the cabinet, for instance, will be materially inconvenienced by rising prices and the
people that voted to put us here.
Oh, those.
Yeah,
those people are screwed.
That's right. At their expense. That's how stupid they are.
Right.
Last thing, my analogy, right?
Analogy.
I said this the other day on one of the shows. Right, if the countries of the world were going to the disco,
yes,
Britain would go with an open shirt, hairy chest, a medallion, flares, a big collar. It will make a complete knob of itself on the dance floor, a bit like Michael Gove, really, thinking it looked fantastic because everybody's looking and all the other countries are pointing and laughing, thinking, look at us, look at us.
Their mouths are agape. They can't take their eyes off us. Look at us go.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking, what an idiot. Look at that.
Okay.
That's what we would be.
All
Thanks,
right.
Nick.
Thanks a lot, Simon. Your name's not on the list and you're not coming in. Not with those shoes, that's for a start. 0345 6060 973. Kath texts, Nick, my fixed rate ends on the 30th of November, so I logged into my account online, and the cheapest rate they offered me would mean my bill going up from £81 a month to £141 a month. What? Wow. I noticed in his speech that Bozo took full credit for the vaccine rollout and Emma Raducanu's US Open win. Did he? Yeah, and probably absolutely nothing else. I bet he said that Emma Raducanu only won the US Open because of Brexit. He continues to peddle the lie that we could only handle that vaccine rollout because of Brexit, that we could only do it outside the European Union. Liar! Yeah, that's actually not true. Never mind. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again, and enough people will hear it time and time again, and they think, well, he couldn't be lying continuously about that, could he? Well?
Yes.
Yes. You only know something is wrong when Boris Johnson says it's true. Lee texts, Nick, I've read that. You remember Lee, the expert who said that only one way to stop inflation is to raise interest rates? Now, I don't know anything about economics or anything else, as a matter of fact, but that doesn't seem like a smart move to me. And as such, that'll probably be government policy by the morning. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Great. The Johnson monologue, the irrelevance, misleads and contradictions.
Yeah.
But at least we know he did get a couple of really important issues in, and that's that otter and beaver are doing well.
Yeah. Pathetic.
They've been reintroduced and they're doing well. Well, we really wanted to know that. But
yeah, well, the reason that he said it, of course, is because it's alliterative. Build back better, build back batter, build back... Oh, God, it's just painful. He's like a child.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or more accurate, he assumes that his audience is like a child. Not the audience in the hall, but the audience for the people that put him in the position that he finds himself in, that we find ourselves in. He being our dear leader for some strange reason. I think that this country has jumped the shark. Perhaps we've all done something wrong to displease God. It must have been something really, really terrible to have God this displeased with us. But I suppose it's our punishment. We're going to have to suffer it.
But yeah, what amazed me was that 1 second he's talking about Margaret Thatcher, where he was always going to mention her to get himself a cheer. And then he was saying, after this meteor has hit us and we've run up these 400 billion debt, Maggie would have been waving her finger about increasing that debt. Then he promptly went on to say he was going to build roads, railways, hospitals, schools, the internet. So Maggie's saying, no, you can't borrow any more. So where's he going to fund all this not from?
The magic money tree. Theresa May she actually overlooked a whole orchard of them.
And the other bit that astounded me, it kept on, and the cabinet have been programmed every time they're interviewed. High skill, high wage jobs.
What are they talking about? Seriously,
Absolutely.
I mean, as though every job in the nation can be a high-skilled, high-wage job. What are they talking about? They keep saying it over and over again, and the people that they're aiming those comments at are thinking, "Oh, great! I'm going to have a high-wage, high-skilled job. I can put down this broom and stop cleaning for a living, and I'm going to be a millionaire."
Exactly. So what are you going to do with thousands and thousands of local government administrators who are fully trained, can't be trained anymore, doing a great job? Is he going to just double their wages? Refuse collectors, they're great, they're well trained, they do a great job. They can't be upskilled, so where's the money going to come from? Is he just going to double their wages without upskilling them? It makes absolutely no sense.
No, but it sounds good. I mean, it sounds good to people who won't be able to heat and eat this Christmas because their dear leader has promised them that they will be high-skilled and receive a high wage. How they're going to make that to happen is irrelevant. You just have to make people believe that it will happen in the future. Keep voting Conservative.
It's madness. And just a last quickie, they're on again about slavers' statues, Nick.
Oh, God.
Why don't they line them up in like a rogues gallery, like the government front bench in the House of Parliament?
I'll tell you what, why don't they line them up in the bottom of a ship? They could chain them all together and then sail them across oceans. We could sell them for pennies when we get to the other side. How's that sound?
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. Sam text, Nick, that was certainly a damning assessment of things. It would seem that we're all doomed, but at least we're doing our best. Well, I know I am. Just as little as I can get away with. Shane texts, Nick, otherwise, everything is fine. Nothing to worry about here. Let's have a call in Tyne and Weir. Mohammed.
Hey, Nick, you all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Oh, good. Do you know what? I'm really, really disappointed in Boris. Tell you why, Nick. You know, he laughed and he cheered and he joked. The country's on its knees. Like you said, go and get the food to the shops. There's a shortage of lorry drivers, and he just laughs and there's nothing. How disappointing, you know?
He laughs, and yet his fans are more determined than ever to vote for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And do you know what? I've always voted Tory, but not anymore, mate, Nick. The man laughed, and he knows we're heading for a major crisis, and he laughs and he jokes like there's nothing tomorrow. No more, I'm not going to vote for the clown anymore.
Right. Why did you vote for him in the first place?
Well, do you know what? I thought he was doing a half-decent job until he opened his mouth at the Tory party conference.
Up to that point, you thought he was doing a half-decent job?
Well, look what he's done for kept it home and 80% of wages and, you know.
They had no choice. I mean, if they hadn't propped up all of those jobs, then this country would be out of business now.
Mm-hmm.
They had no choice. It wasn't generosity on their part. They had no choice. Zero.
Bad. I know, but, you know, regarding his speech was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
Okay.
Disgraceful.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mohammed. The Prime Minister gave only a cursory mention of the crisis rocking Britain and merely indicated there are, quotes, difficulties to come. giving a rambling keynote speech to the Tory conference, which was instead packed with jokes and almost entirely devoid of new policies. This is the Daily Mail writing this. You don't have to read between the lines now. The offshore billionaire press, they hate you, Bodger. I think they're leading, they're sort of preparing for a takeover. Please let it not be Fishy Sunak. Jar Jar Binks himself. Business leaders slammed Johnson's speech with the Confederation of British Industry, warning that his economic policies could stoke inflation. The British Chambers of Commerce accused him of failing to provide firms with urgent answers to the problems that they are facing in the here and now. And you could say, well, the Confederation of British Industry and the British Chambers of Commerce, they were Remoners, is how you pronounce it. They didn't want to enact Brexit. Yeah, for very good reasons. Look around. They were completely correct in every respect. They didn't want to go for a Brexit because, I mean, they're not charitable organisations. They're interested in how much money they make from their businesses. And they could see that Brexit would mean they'd make less money for their businesses, from there, for there, and from there. Trade unions are very upset. Unite's new General Secretary Sharon Graham said, "Without serious action, this speech is nothing more than headline chasing by a Prime Minister desperate to deflect from the serious and growing cost of living crisis happening on his watch." Manuel Cortez, General Secretary of the TSSA Transport Union, said, "As ever, this political jester has come up with nothing but hot air." Another critic said, "Britain burns while Johnson fiddles." Oi, stop fiddling, Johnson. Hands above the desk. Even Thatcherite think tanks denounced the speech. Wow. Everybody hates you. Thatcherite think tanks denounced the speech. Matthew Lesh of the Adam Smith Institute said Boris' rhetoric was bombastic but vacuous and economically illiterate. Shortages and rising prices simply cannot be blustered away with rhetoric about migrants. Yeah, they keep saying that over and over and over again. They've learnt it by rote. Well, you know, the only alternative to this colossal screw-up is uncontrolled immigration, which is completely incorrect in every respect. Wow, I just tapped it and nothing happened. I'll tap it again. There you go. They keep going on about that, and they're doing it to frighten you. They know that Brexit got... They managed to get Brexit over the line by frightening you about foreigners. Come over here, all of that, and they know that it's it'll get your ears pricked up. I mean, if you get bored by all of the rest of this stuff about inflation and it's like COVID, boring. Nobody wants to hear about that anymore. And the gas and electric prices and bare shelves and all of the rest of it. That doesn't really cut through because that's just day-to-day life. You can sort of blame other forces for that. But they're just going to keep going on about Brexit, and the uncontrolled immigration, as though there's only two options: what they're doing now, and you being swamped by foreigners. That's what they want to make you believe. That's why they keep saying that phrase over and over again: uncontrolled immigration. Fun fact: we had complete control over immigration from European countries when we were in the EU. That's EU law. We had total control. We chose, for whatever reason, not to use it. Now, I'm not suggesting that the successive governments, particularly the Conservative Party over the last 11 years, allowed immigration to reach the sort of levels that we saw before Brexit in order to make you want to leave the European Union, pretending that they couldn't do anything about it, that they could. They just chose not to. Curious. Even Thatcherite think tanks furious with Bodger. They're setting you up for a fall, Bodge. Mark Littlewood of the Institute of Economic Affairs said unnecessarily restricting the supply of labour may lead to wage increases, but these will be passed on in price increases. A strategy to make things more expensive will not create a genuinely high-wage economy, merely the illusion of one. Bingo! You don't have to do anything, you just have to make people think you're doing something. Which is why they keep enacting laws to replace ones that we already have that they choose not to use. You know, like the dog thing. People are nicking dogs. And it comes in a blaze of publicity, and then you don't hear another word about it. I mean, when was the last time you heard about the dog napping thing? How many people have been prosecuted? Exactly. They just announced this new measure in a blaze of publicity. From now on, says, Priti Patel will emerge onto our screens. She'll say, from now on, under my guidance, it's illegal to steal dogs. Well, guess what? It was already illegal to steal dogs. Penalty up to 10 years in prison. But they don't bother to use that because, they defunded the legal system, they've defunded the police, and they've defunded the magistrates' courts, and they've defunded the local courts, and they've defunded the legal system and prisons and so on. So there's no one to catch the people. There's no one to try them if they did get to court, and there's nowhere to put them if they did go to prison. So instead of doing something about it, they just announce a new law. Oh, we're going to make it illegal to steal people's dogs, as though no such law previously existed. And by that method, they don't have to actually do anything about it. They can just make it appear as though they're doing something about it. And people will nod, say, and think, oh, well, thank goodness for Bodger. Now he's going to protect my dog. No, your dog seems just as much danger as it ever was. The staggering thing is that it appears with a certain element, a certain percentage of the population, it appears to be working just fine. I think Donald Trump summed it up.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, you betcha. You bet they do. It's almost as though that's a plan as well. Defund schools to maintain a low-knowledge electorate, thereby easily manipulable. Manipulable? Poppy emails. I think that the lorry driver gent, who I was speaking to some while ago, was saying that if all lorry drivers weren't sitting on their backsides waiting to have their lorries unloaded, then there would be more lorry drivers freed up. In turn, less driver shortages. Well, that makes perfect sense, Poppy. I mean, I don't think it would solve the problem of 100,000 too few drivers, but it would improve efficiency. Everything must be efficient. This text says, Nick, after insulting nurses with a paltry pay rise, how the hell could Peter Bottomley or any Tory think now is a good time to appeal for MPs to get an increase? While the poor and the most vulnerable in society face the removal of universal credit £20 uplift, with food and energy prices rising, now's not the time for Tories laughing at Bojo jokes. Well, it's like I said, the only thing that I can think, other than they're all totally tone deaf and they're so detached from reality that they think that their behaviour would be popular with the general public. The only other explanation I can find, and for that to be true, they would have to be so detached from real life that they barely met a normal person, a non-millionaire, which is entirely possible. I mean, I don't move in those sort of circles, and I would imagine neither do you either. And those sort of circles, it is they've got a force shield of security personnel keeping you and me out. So it's entirely possible that they've never met a normal person. Get Pulp in here and they can sing a song about it. The only other explanation I can find is that it amuses them to poke us to see how far they can get away with. I mean, that's entirely possible, and it would supply the answer to pretty much all of their behaviour. They just wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? How far can we poke them and push them before they actually raise a finger of complaint? And the answer appears to be an unlimited amount. So, Bodger gave a speech to which, full disclosure, I paid not 1 minute of attention. I just couldn't bear it. Business leaders slammed the speech. Trade union leaders thought it was awful. Thatcherite think tanks denounced the speech. Mark Littlewood of the Institute of Economic Affairs said, unnecessarily restricting the supply of labour will lead to wage increases, but these will be passed on in price increases. A strategy to make things more expensive will not create a genuinely high wage economy, merely the illusion of one. That's right. And then I went on about, it all being an illusion. Ha, 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 ha. Just an illusion, baby. Business leaders such as Lord Wolfson, the CEO of Next, and Brexiter Tory Life peer, he warned of real panic and despondency in the restaurant, hotel and care industry because of a lack of staff. Yeah, I've been to a couple of bars and restaurants over the past couple of weeks, and I have noticed that they're spending all of their time training new people. You call for a waiter and 2 people come. Or at a bar, it's like 2 people come, one of them is being trained. And it's everywhere. Nobody really has any idea what they're doing in restaurants and bars at the moment. They're all learning on the job because they haven't got the staff to train them before, chucking them on the floor. So they're all a bit of a dither. And the thing I have noticed, and this is going to this will make you disconsolate if you are imagining a life for free of foreigners. The thing that I have noticed about all these people being trained for bars and restaurants is none of them are British. All foreign. I don't know where they get them, but they're getting them. All of the people that used to make the bars and the restaurants and, the farms and the factories and all of the rest of it run over smoothly like a cleaned watch. All of those people, they're gone now. And so we're now training up the 2nd division lot. They have no idea what they're doing. Still, it's just business. It's only money. Who cares? We've got loads of it. Business leaders such as Lord Wolfson, the CEO of Next, a Brexiter, Tory Life peer. A good job we're taking back democracy, isn't it? So that we're not ruled by unelected bureaucrats. A Tory Life peer, as in for life, can never be fired. We didn't hire him, but we can't fire him. He warned of real panic and despondency, as in in the restaurant, hotel and care industry because of a lack of staff. Yeah, when you're learning on the job in a restaurant business, then that's one thing. I mean, you might, as a customer, you might order a quiche and get soup. But if you're a carer, a little bit more serious. Where am I? When asked about the government's feeling that British business needs a shock to get off its reliance on foreign labour and retrain Britons to do the jobs, Lord Wolfson says that approach leads to queues at petrol stations and pigs being unnecessarily shot. That's right. But that's just the truth, and the government isn't interested in the truth. And just as Boris Johnson denied the country had fallen into chaos, investors singled out the $2 trillion gilt market to sell government bonds, a sign that markets are gloomy about the UK's economic outlook. The markets are gloomy about our economic outlook. Greggs warned that it was facing higher costs due to shortages of staff and food ingredients. Hotel Chocolat, which has more than 100 shops in the UK, said prices for customers would rise up to 9% for chocolate. What? Research from for the Mail by the Centre for Economics and Business Research reveals how inflation will cost the typical family of 4 an extra £1,800 by the end of this year. Wow. The typical family of 4 is going to be poorer by £1,800 by the end of this year. A retired couple can expect to see living costs raised by more than £1,100. And a lower income couple could be stung by nearly £900. Of course, £900 to a lower income couple is going to mean a lot more than 1,800 to somebody who earns 100 grand a year, or 82 grand a year. You know, like a politician, for instance. Like a whining politician about how living on 82 grand a year plus expenses is undoable.
Stop whining.
That bloke, by the way, as far as I'm aware, he, you know what, I'll look it up before I say it out loud. I'll look up his voting record to see how he feels about the poorest in society, or whether his concern is just for the richest. I'll look it up for you. I'm going to do homework. Can you believe that?
No.
Exclusive research from the Mail says all of that. Blimey. A lower income couple are 900 quid worse off by the end of the year. And that's on top of course, your universal credit decrease. But Bodger has insisted that he is not worried about rising prices. Yeah, of course he isn't. He's a millionaire. He said that out loud is just hilarious. I mean, like I said before, it must be that they wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? It's like torturing a puppy. Like putting a puppy in the boot of a car and leaving it there for 3 hours, and then you open the boot of the car and it's delighted to see you. That's us. Bodger said he is not worried about rising prices because he believes they will be temporary, and insisted it is not his job to fix every aspect of supply chains in the UK. He is like a 5-year-old, like charges in, smashes everything, and then refuses to clean it up. Well, that's the maid's job. Get Nanny to do it. Not his job. The amount of things that are not his job are numerous. It seems to be a never-ending list. I imagine that he thought his job would be to wear a skimpy silk kimono and lounge on cushions while a harem of mega-boobed slave girls pour nectar down his throat. You relax, Bodge. We'll make do without you. Julia texts, at the Tory conference, Channel 4 News did a close-up of a member of the audience who was wearing Union Jack socks. So not just flag waving, but wearing the flag on socks. Yeah, I've seen that before. A certain individual wears Union Jack socks.
I'm a nutcase.
Mentioning no names. Darren emails, hi, Nick, mate. Uh-oh. Started badly. Shall I read on?
No.
Oh, okay, forget it then. Oh, all right. Darren emails, hi, Nick, mate. I don't deny there's shortages and Brexit isn't working out like we thought, but we can only hope. You can only hope what? But we can only... We can... Wait, what? I think I read that wrong. I hope so. Shall I start again?
No.
Hi, Nick, mate. I don't deny there's shortages and Brexit isn't working out like we thought, but we can get only hope. See, even when I read it right, it makes even less sense. He says, I think we need to give Boris a chance. He's trying his best. We could have someone like Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, then inflation would probably be higher than it is now. You're wrong about fuel, there's plenty where I am. And then a series of emojis, like he's a child. Stop communicating with cartoons, kids. Okay, first off, I don't care whether there's any fuel where you are. That doesn't help me any. I went through every station that I passed. There must have been about 6 petrol stations that I passed. There was a couple that were open, but not for petrol, only diesel, which is no good if you've got a petrol car. There ain't no petrol out there. If you've got a diesel car, that's fine. But if you do have a diesel car, then that is the fuel of the devil. Bill! Shame on you. Second, if Boris Johnson is actually doing his best, then we are all in big trouble, huge. I mean, let's assume that he can do better than this. And if you're whatabouting about Jeremy Corbyn, who would have been worse, then do me a favour. Practically every leader of every nation on earth has done better than Bodge. So it's God, what's the phrase? The bounds of possibilities, not quite what I'm after, but it'll have to do. In an emergency, the possibility is that if you had to bet one way or another, that Uncle Jezza would have been significantly better than this lot. I mean, I very much doubt that they would have managed to spend, how much is it now? 37 billion, 45 billion, 155 billion on a telephone app that doesn't work. I very much doubt that. He probably wouldn't have disappeared billions and billions and billions of pounds into the bank accounts of mates and donors and friends. Quite possibly because he doesn't have any mates and donors and friends. Sorry, Jezza. I just doubt that it would even occur to him. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in blimey, what's that? In Wimborne. Hello, Nick.
Nick, hold on. Let's get you off speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I apologise. I had you on speaker. Now, look, I think firstly, I've got two things I'd like to say. But firstly, I think you're being so unfair to Boris.
Oh.
You really are.
I'm sorry.
You just haven't spotted the uplands. It's there. Where's UKIP? They've gone. It's worked. That's what it was all about, wasn't it?
They haven't gone anywhere. They've taken over the Conservative Party.
Well, exactly. Yeah, there is that small defect, but at least they're not splitting the Conservative Party, so they're bound to get in again in the future.
He's calling you a small defect, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Offensive.
Yeah. So I honestly think, as far as the Tory party is concerned, and Boris, he's done the job, you know. But if you think about Boris for a moment, I mean, he spent all those years writing the Daily Telegraph about bent bananas and about, you know, condoms that are too small for British people and all the rest of it.
And when you say writing, you mean lying?
Well, yeah.
None of that's actually true.
But isn't it beautiful that there's a sort of karmic influence that he's now the Prime Minister, that all these chickens, you know, they're all roosting. They're all coming home to roost.
Yeah, but it hasn't made the slightest difference to him. He will do just fine. When he exits his current position, whenever that might be, his friends and donors will bury him up to his eyeballs in money. He's going to make £100 million in about 2 weeks when he exits number 10. Nothing that he does is going to affect him personally at all.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. I mean, of course, you're right. He'll get £1 million for every speech that he goes. Rah, 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 rah,
He'll just do the same speech over and over again. Same jokes, same hair, same untucked shirt. It'll be, painful.
Can I mention the other point that's not as rosy for the Tory party? And that is, Brexit. You know this little deal that they did for us, which, allows us to get sort of goods to come in, a little bit like the old days. But there was about 700 treaties that we used to have with the EU, and, they didn't get extended. And the things like Euroatom, that sort of now we've got to clean up our own nuclear waste and we don't get any help from the Europeans. Interpol, so the police can't use the databases in Europe anymore. Horizon, the kids going off and doing their thing for their university break. And this one, the European energy market. Do you know about this one, Nick?
Yes, vaguely, yeah. We could have been a part of it, but we said, oh, goodness me, no, we don't want that filthy European energy.
We were part of it, obviously, for 50 years, and it's all very integrated. And it allowed us to get our energy at a really good deal, from the rest of the world, because there was 260 million of us. And now, I mean, all this energy price spike, it's true. This is the thing about Bodger. What he says, there's always an element of truth and then a big lie, a big embellishment, attached to it. And it's true, prices in France have gone up a little bit, but they haven't gone up by 400%, which the spot price has gone up in this country since January, since we came out of the European energy market.
Right. Still, it's only money, though, Nick.
It's true. It's true. It's only a bit of cash. I mean, you know, so I thought of this great plan, and I think it will upset people. But how about if the Brexiteers, the people that voted for that, because I'm a Remainer, could they not pay my energy bill? Well, because they saw it all coming, didn't they? They knew about it.
They knew what they were voting for. We know that.
So can we not have a system? I mean, I really think, Nick, at the end of the day, the Labour Party not interested in Brexit, talking about it. It's the elephant in the room, isn't it? Because they're equally divided, you know. So they can't say anything negative about Brexit because it splits them. Yeah,
it seems to be the way that you know, this all the institutions of the land seem to have come to an agreement that they're never going to mention Brexit again, as though all of the problems that we're facing have nothing to do with it.
And they quietly want us to kind of forget about it and then just think that all these problems are just like, you know, everyone's suffering from this problem. The point is, that freedom of movement, that was the engine to our economy. You know, it allowed... there's shortages of drivers, sure, in the continent, but they come in from the Ukraine and fill the shortages, you know?
Correct.
So there is no problem.
They also have 400,000 short drivers in the European Union, as far as I'm aware. It's about 400,000. We, on this tiny island alone, have 100,000, which means that we have double the problem that they do, except it's worse than that, because they can import drivers across borders, but we can't.
They can move them around, you see, and that's the thing. And that's why, you know, and so this is my theory. My theory is, the only way we're going to make Brexit work, honestly, and people have to kind of accept this, I think, really, is if we're going to get away, if we've sort of ended freedom of movement and all this just-in-time stuff, which, you know, I kind of work in, which can't work anymore without kind of like a, you know, proper... what is it called? Forgotten the word. The thing about the border. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's not particularly important. But the point is, I think the only way it will work for us is if we go back to the 1970s and sort of just have, like, you know, Waitrose only has one kind of potato, one kind of tomato, one kind of cabbage, and you can only get a tomato, you know, in the summer, you know?
Yeah.
And if we go
that
back
does
to
actually
that,
make a lot of sense, and the world would thank us for doing that. You're eating according to the seasons, but nobody wants to do that anymore.
But Nick, there's the sunny upland.
Right. Okay. I'm missing the big picture. All right. Well, thanks for painting it for us, Nick. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Brexiters are absolutely furious that people like me keep mentioning it, as though with every instance that was predicted comes true, that was howled down as being Project Fear or remoaning, all of those things become true. You think we're just going to say nothing? That you get to ruin our lives and we say nothing? We just meekly accept it? We say, thank you. Not a chance. No, you bought it, so you get to own it forever. Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, Ricky. Ricky tweets, hey, Nick, did you hear Kit Malthouse say on national television that he has never known the Bodger to tell a lie? What a muppet, says Ricky. Yeah, but which one? Which muppet is Kit Malthouse? Let me think about that. Jake tweets, turns out a lot of our beef we got here in the States, it's an American tweeter, a lot of our beef that we got here in the States used to come from the UK. Really? Why? I thought you had no end of cows in America. A lot of our beef we got here in the States used to come from the UK, says Jake. Brexit is now affecting our grocery stores here and my usual dinner choices 5,000 miles away. I certainly have a lot more feelings and opinions on it. Jake's missing dinner. Call the cops. Mondo tweets, I run a sandwich shop and we have no workers willing to work. We just can't fill the roles. Sabre emails. Majority of MPs voted in favour of cancelling the cut to universal credit, but for some reason the government is not listening. In the other side, MPs looking for pay rise. I sort of understand what you're saying. Kinda, sorta, a little bit. Yes. Well, this is Tory MP Peter Bottomley. He's a Conservative. Can you believe that?
No.
Tory MP Peter Bottomley stood by comments that he made about MPs struggling to get by and needing more pay. What? More pay. Sir Peter said the comments were part of a broader interview in which he also expressed concern about universal credit cuts. Concern? Yeah, he's up all night. He can't sleep. The £20 a week top-up to the benefit officially ended on Wednesday, despite warnings about rising living costs. So let's just look at Peter Bottomley for a couple of seconds, shall we? Let's look at his voting record. Now, we know that he's concerned about people who are on £82,000 a year. How do they get by, he says? It must be very, very difficult on £82,000 a year, plus expenses, of course. And you can rack up about, was it, 200 grand in expenses? You can hire family members and pay them vast amounts of money for being part of your family. So we know how concerned he is for people on £82,000 a year. Let's see how concerned he is for people on considerably less than that. Well, according to the website theyworkforyou.com, this is how Peter Bottomley voted on welfare and benefits. Almost always voted for reducing housing benefit for social tenants deemed to have excess bedrooms, the bedroom tax. Almost always voted against spending public money to create guaranteed jobs for young people who have spent a long time unemployed. Consistently voted against paying higher benefits over longer periods for those unable to work due to illness or disability. Consistently voted for a reduction in spending on welfare benefits. Generally voted for making the local councils responsible for helping those in financial need afford their council tax and reducing the amount spent on such support. And almost always voted against raising welfare benefits, at least in line with prices. So the concern only goes so far. I think it stops at around 82 grand. Below that, you're on your own. 0345 6060 973. Let's have... Ooh, just by 7 seconds. This one has been waiting the longest. Feltham. Hello, Ian.
Oh, hello, Nick. I heard you talking about not being able to get a waiter, catering stuff. Well, you shouldn't worry, because Wormwood Scrubs is training up inmates with Fred Saru.
Who?
And they're working in the prison officers' canteen to learn their craft. So your troubles are over.
Who's Fred Saru?
I've not a clue, mate. He's some kind of celebrity, but he's that famous I've never heard of him.
Right, no, me either.
There's even a menu. I'll read it to you. Look,
OK, let's lay it on me, baby. I'll have the soup of the day.
All right. File and a cake. Sticky fingered pudding.
Oh, no. OK, listening with material. Warning, warning. Thanks a lot, Ian. You've delighted us enough. He had a list. I wonder if the principle of that call was true or whether it was just a setup for his material. If it was the latter, then I'm very disappointed. Shane says, if electricity and gas prices continue to rise, I was wondering if I can put petrol in my electric vehicle. Of course. Sabre emails. No, I read that. Elkie tweets, and speaking of little cartoon of a tennis racket, I assume, did Andy Murray find his wedding ring yet? Yeah, apparently. I don't really know what that story was, but I saw him going on about his, I don't know, something about his shoes and his wedding ring. I'm not remotely interested, so I didn't read any further, but I saw a picture of him holding up one of his shoes with a wedding ring on it. Do I care?
No.
Am I bothered?
No.
Danny emails, heard our dear leader talking this week, all made lots of sense. I assume you're being sarcastic. He said, except that nobody asked what Build Back Better means. Oh, batter, build back batter, or the butter one, or the bitter one? These are important questions, says Danny. It just really does. I mean, if he is being advised by PR people, and you'd think that they'd have PR people on millions of pounds a year, that they'd have an absolute cloud of PR people around him, telling him what to say and what to do and where to go and what costume to dress up in for a photograph today and, you know, all of that stuff. I mean, they must have absolutely teams of people controlling all of this. They don't just come up with the phrase "build back better" off the top of their heads. It's been focus grouped, and weirdly, countries all over the world are saying the same thing. Leaders of countries all over the world are using the same phrase, which is alarming, a little bit alarming. Almost like there's one big plan. Build back better. I don't know, the things seem better yet? And that alliterative stuff that he did just before the conference speech, I mean, that was just embarrassing. Somebody got him some fish and chips, which he opened with a flourish on an otherwise completely clear desk. And I mean, just for like a little clip that they could put on the internet, like he's a clown. And he stuck his fork in a chip, is what it looked like to me. And then he said, "Build back batter." But he wasn't eating the batter, he was eating a chip. The batter was left on the table. But even if he did, I mean, for crying out loud, this is what we're reduced to? Who could have thought that electing a clown would lead to a circus?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's a genuine mystery. 0345 6060 973. Hertfordshire. Hello, Peter.
Oh, hello, Nick. Thanks for taking my call.
Peter.
Yeah, hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I hope you're well and all that, and safe and all that.
Right.
Just quickly, right? Did Johnson say? Quote me on this. Did Johnson say before we came out of the EU, we are not coming out of the EU to become poorer? Well, personally speaking, I'm a family man of four, and I'm poor already.
Well, you're poorer already.
Or we're all starting to become poorer.
Yeah, we're all poorer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of those things that they promised us, turns out that all the Ramonas saying, no, that's not going to happen, they were completely correct in every respect.
And, like, you see them all queuing up the petrol garages, moaning and all this, that and the other, and, like, they're the ones that voted out the EU anyway.
Well, depends where you go.
You know,
but what's really bizarre is that the poorest among us are those that voted most vociferously for A, Brexit, and B, the Conservative Party. What's really weird is the Conservatives are more popular the poorer you get. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, you'd think it'd be the other way around.
Yeah. And another thing is, what I can't work out, I'm struggling to work this one out. How can these MPs just go from, like, being education secretary, job secretary, or whatever it is? Like, if I want to become a plumber, and then I want to become a mechanic, or I want to become a builder, I'd have to do, like, years of training.
Yeah.
So the job description must be exactly the same, whatever job they go to.
Well, the job description is just learn by rote whatever the dear leader tells you to say on TV, and then just go out and just spew the same lines over and over again, regardless of what the question is. I think that's the job.
You know what, Nick? You make me die. I love you. You make me laugh on Friday, Saturday night. Me and my missus, we're just laughing all the time in here. You're so funny. You really are. You just say it how it is.
Well, thanks a lot, Peter. He's laughing over there. Well, you've got to have a laugh, haven't you? Thanks, Peter. 0345 6060 973. Danny emails, I heard our dear leader talking this week. All made lots of sense. Oh, no, I've read that. I keep reading the same thing over and over again. Like an idiot. No, Nick, you're not an idiot. It could have happened to anybody. Why do you keep beating yourself up like that? Paul tweets, Mr. Johnson said we're going to be a high-wage economy. I think he should kickstart the whole thing by giving NHS staff a hefty wage rise instead of the miserly 1% they got last time. I won't hold my breath, though, says Paul. It's just such nonsense. It really is. We're going to be a high-skill, high-wage economy, and he just waves his magic wand, and it shall happen. Yeah, put your magic wand away, Bodger. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting.
Even Carrie is averting her gaze. But you just keep saying it, and people think, oh, thank goodness that my dreams have come true. I'm going to be highly skilled and highly waged. I can stop being overnight security straight away and just slip into that high-wage, high-skilled job. What is he talking about? Every country on earth has people who are high-wage and high-skilled, but also the country ticks over by using people who aren't. I mean, the number of jobs that are not high-skilled must exceed those that are. I mean, that's certainly true. Well, at what point does high skill kick in? Is it surgeon? Architect? Which point? And how many of those jobs are going to be high wage? All of them? Are we going to actually be paying, in the long run, people who pick broccoli £30 an hour? You know how much that works out at? £52,000 a year. For people picking broccoli. £52,000 a year. How does that work out? Who can afford that? It's just such nonsense. I mean, the polite review was economically illiterate. Absolutely stark raving mad would be a more accurate description. But it doesn't have to be true. You just have to keep saying it over and over again. Oh, we're going to stop uncontrolled immigration. And people think, oh, thank God for that. All of those dreadful Eastern Europeans are going to go home. All the people that actually did stuff that makes the country tick over. We miss you. I know we've been yelling at you for the last 5 years to go back to where you came from, but now that's caused us an inconvenience. Can you come back and help us out? And then we'll kick you out again just before Christmas? Thanks. Turns out they don't like that idea. That's just them being mean to us. Don't they know we're British? Damn it. And that's a good point, Mick. Yeah, if he wants us to be a high-wage, high-skill economy, well, the people who work for the NHS would fit the description of high-skilled to me. And what do they get? 1%. Julian texts, Nick, £407 billion spent on COVID, supposedly. That's 70 billion on furlough, 48 billion on... Is it really? 48 billion on test, track and trace, which never worked. Can you get your head around that? £48 billion on an app that doesn't work. And it's taken, like a year? And it still doesn't work? £48 billion. South Korea, meanwhile, when the invisible menace from China first became noticed, they made a test and trace app for about threepence halfpenny, and they did it in 2 weeks flat. A year later, we spent £48 billion, and it still doesn't work. That's absolutely staggering, isn't it? I mean, where's it gone? Anyway, there's more to this. Julian texts, 407 billion spent on COVID, supposedly, 70 billion on furlough, 48 billion on test, track and trace, leaving a missing £289 billion. Any ideas as to where that went, says Julian. Well, any ideas, Bodge? He's going to look down the back of his 20 grand sofa. See if he can't find it there. 289 billion just gone. Wow, it's just mind-bending, isn't it? 48 billion on test and track and trace, Bodger. What do you have to say about that?
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up. You're never going to get it. Let's have, Stratford upon Avon. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Ben.
Hello.
Ben.
Albert.
Yes, Ben.
Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I've been a listener for probably must be decades now.
Wow.
since the 1990s.
Whenever that was, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, whenever that was. If you can remember back that far.
Just barely.
Well, obviously you can. So I enjoy your show.
Well, thanks.
And I don't know. You were talking about a few points there this evening. I don't know where to start. I've got so many things.
Start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
Yeah, start at the beginning. Yeah. Well, where do we go? I mean, let's look at the news. What news we've had? I mean, I was watching the news today, and they said something about gas prices. We've got a problem with the price of gas. I was saying, what? It seems as though we're seeing gas prices increase. Then they said that Russia is increasing production. They're supplying gas. But then I heard that
they're increasing production.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. They're actually increasing production. Yeah,
right.
They've actually increased it.
They've increased it after decreasing it. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, but they have a pipeline, don't they? It's called Nord Stream 2.
Yeah.
They want to sell gas. But the point is, the way I look at this is like, obviously, every country in the world exports products. I mean, we have an international sort of global market where, and gas is just another product that's sold around the world, isn't it?
Well, it can't.
What did you say?
It is a product. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if there was if we had a problem with the price of apples, I mean, if you go in the supermarket, you buy apples from South Africa, maybe Australia, New Zealand.
Mystifying. I thought we used to grow apples here, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, I think we still do, but...
How come you can't buy them? Like South Africa, like you said, New Zealand. We get apples from New Zealand. You'd have to leave the planet to get further away from here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're coming so far away. Well, they're coming the other side of the world, aren't they?
But are you saying that why don't we just get gas from somewhere else?
Well, I mean, I think the point I'm making is that, well, I know the US government sort of said, well, I think it's time to sanction Russia. And I was watching GB News today, and they were talking about, is Putin a threat, and this kind of thing.
Is Putin a threat?
Yeah.
Well, let's think about that.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, the jury's out on that. It's like
I don't think so. The jury's out and has been shot. They've been poisoned to death.
Well,
they're not coming back.
Well, who's not coming back?
The jury.
What jury?
Exactly.
The judge as well.
Yes.
The judge and the jury.
Yeah, what jury? Rootin', tootin', shootin' Putin is going, a jury? I saw no jury. What jury? Exactly.
Yeah. And then there's the evidence. Well,
there is no evidence, yeah.
There is no evidence, yeah. But it's like, I mean, but when I was watching GB News today...
But what's your point, though?
Well, the point is, it just seems that, well, on the one hand, products are sold, right? There's different products, whether it's gas, whether it's apples,
food, we've been through there, yeah.
Yeah.
But where are you going from there?
Well, it just seems to me unfair. It seems unfair that, yeah, unreasonable.
But who's being unfair?
Well, I don't know. On GB News, they said...
Oh, my God. We don't need to know where you saw it. Just get to the point.
Yeah.
There isn't a point, is there?
No, there is.
You just wanted to say GB News a lot.
No, okay, let's forget about GB News. I won't mention it again. Now, the point is, they said they're bad actors. They've said whole nations, right, are bad actors.
Who?
They said China.
Russia?
No, China. The people, the media, the British media. I'm talking about the British media.
Yes.
Right. They've said that basically there's nations and they're bad actors, or they're behaving badly.
I'll give you one last chance, Ben. What's the point of your call?
Well, the decisions are made.
Oh, I'm sorry, you failed this test. Zach texts, I'm hoping for Prime Minister Patel. Bring on Pretty, says Zach. I assume you're being sarcastic. Joe texts, Bodger's speech should have focused more on his triumphant trade trip to the USA. Yeah. How's that special relationship going, by the way?
fabulous.
Yes. Sean tweets, "Evening, Nick. I think even Kylie Minogue knows Bodger is bringing us to the brink of destruction, as she confirmed this week that she is going back home to Australia after living here for 30 years. Enough said," says Sean. Yeah. I'm not sure that's very wise.
Warning!
Have you seen what's happening in Australia? Not a happy place. Plus, the spiders. Don't do it, Kylie. It ain't worth it. Let's have a call in Doncaster. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick.
Tony.
During his speech this week, he referred to the old model, which he said he would never be returning to,
Oh, yeah, you can trust every word he says.
of low pay, low skill, and low wages
Yeah.
as a result of uncontrolled immigration.
The buzzword of the year, uncontrolled immigration. Yeah, that's their phrase du jour.
Hmm. Do you remember when he went into hospital because he'd got COVID? Do you remember that?
Yeah, but he said that you'll be glad to know that they'd shaken hands with everybody who was in a COVID ward. You know, like an idiot.
Hmm. When he was released, he was at great pains to say that the NHS had been responsible for saving his life.
Yeah, it's their fault.
And he went on to say he'd like to thank the doctors, the nurses, and the cooks.
Yeah.
Now,
Almost
the
none
two
of whom were. You know, would I be spoiling your point if I said that almost none of them were British? But go on.
Well, yeah, to a degree, but the two nurses that sat up with him all night and tended him through the night, you know, when he was in crisis, were both immigrants.
Well, they should get back to where they came from.
They have done. They've both gone back.
Right. Good thing, too. We don't want their sort round these parts.
Now, the other thing about it is, under the new immigration rules, the cook that he thanked, particularly, would not be able to gain entry for, indefinite stay to this country because the wages that they pay an NHS cook would fall way below the requirements of the Act.
Right.
Similarly, the two nurses that he saved his life would not qualify for, residency on the same reason.
Right. Well, that's the future of the NHS. We're going to have shiny buildings that have just been painted, but there isn't going to be any people actually in there, working the machines that go bing.
And it leads you to the conclusion that things are only going to get worse as long as he's kept in office.
Yeah, and by worse, I think you mean better. Things are only going to get better. Just remember that at all times. Just keep intoning that to yourself over and over again. Just keep repeating the same phrase again and again. Things are only going to get better.
Oh, by the way.
Yes.
By the way, you know that little glitch at the beginning of the show?
Mm-hmm.
It was your fault.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Go on. How is it my fault?
Well, when you started broadcasting, the sound quality was perfect.
Dreadful.
And then you hit the microphone with something.
Yeah, I see.
As soon as you did that, that's when it sounded like you was talking from inside a cupboard.
Yeah, my head in a bucket. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for passing that on, Tony. Can I?
Don't take my word for it.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. I'm not taking your word for anything. I think Tony has redefined the word lugubrious. Look that up in the dictionary, I double dare you. Can I interest you in some caffeinated coffee, Tony? It sounds to me like you need pepping up. Aren't you excited to be alive?
No.
Not really. He was like, nah, it's okay. Matt emails, imagine, if you will, you commissioned Boris to build your extension. He makes a hash of it and then comes back offering to build back better. The thought. What? That was torturous. Kay tweets, nothing in Boris's... Let's stop calling him Boris. Bodger or Johnson, not Boris. He's not a pet. That is really grating on me. Like he's our friend. Nothing in Boris's speech about mental health also, with COVID fallout, cuts to universal credit, furlough ending, massive loss of jobs. The mental health cases will hit new crisis heights, says Kay. Dominique texts, hi Nick, Priti Patel reminds me of Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter, all fluffy and coiffed, but an icy streak running through her. Yeah, every time she appears on screen, I'm thinking, like dashing for the remote. But, you know, that's the way she likes it. I think under cover of night, here's a good idea. Under cover of night, we should stick Bodger in a dinghy and, and set him afloat just off the coast of Dover. And then Priti Patel, unbeknownst to her, will turn him around and push him back out to sea. Problem solved. Yeah, I mean, this thing about high wage, they've got to stop saying it, or we've got to stop believing it. Journalists have got to stop kowtowing to them and being so bloomin' polite. They have to be stopped in their tracks when they keep lying to us about this stuff. A high-skill, high-wage economy. OK, that sounds great. Who's going to do all the low-paid, low-skilled jobs? Or are they not going to get done anymore? We're going to do without cleaners and cooks and waiters and all of those people. Security and all of that. We're going to do without all of those people. Nobody that has a low-skilled, low-wage job will exist anymore. We're going to rid ourselves of all of that. So how's the country going to work? It's just such garbage. Businesses have complained about difficulties recruiting staff, from HGV drivers to baristas and warehouse workers. Yeah, and these are skilled professions. HGV drivers are, most certainly. Baristas, not so much. I mean, they like to think that they're skilled, and they give themselves a fancy title, barista. You work in a coffee shop, do me a favour, you pour water through beans, that's it. Anyone could do it. After about 7 weeks on the job, you learn how to draw a palm tree in the foam on top of a coffee. Big deal. But we'll miss them when they're gone. It's not a skilled job, being a barista. It just isn't. And neither is it a skilled job making the sandwiches on the shelf in a coffee shop, or to clean that coffee shop after it's closed. So who's going to be doing all of those jobs? Now the rest of us, all 65 million people in the country, are all British people doing British jobs for British money. Oh, please, I can't bear to hear this song again. I don't know how she stands it. Everywhere she goes, it's the same blooming song. Maybe that's why she wears those big hats. She's like earmuffs. She can't hear a word. Who's going to be doing all those jobs now that all of the rest of us are going to be... I've got no idea what we're going to be. We're going to be doing high-skilled, high-paid stuff. God, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, Bodger thinks, or he wants us to believe, that everyone can have high wages and that businesses will somehow magic money out of the air like a financial wizard. He keeps telling us that we're going to become a high-skilled, high-wage economy. Well, two things. First, that'll take, 10, 15, 20 years? You can't turn an economy around from doing one thing to repositioning itself as something else straight away. Just can't happen. And second, some jobs will never be high wage, and he knows it. All of the jobs in service industry, in farming, all the occupations that keep the country ticking over. I mean, farmers are desperate not to have their food rot in fields, so they're offering crazy money to get it picked, because if they don't, they'll make zero. They'll make a massive loss. £52,000 a year to pick broccoli out of the ground. I mean, that's crazy. It's not sustainable. I mean, at that rate, they'll all go out of business. All farming will go out of business. And what is happening is people aren't adding up what's 2 and 2 and making 6. What's happening is that the jobs that used to get done here by foreign workers are now getting done in other countries. They went back to where they came from, which is what we were screaming at them to do, and they took those jobs with them. The problem is that now all the goods and the services are being made by people in foreign countries that they used to do here. It's the same people. We're getting the same stuff made by the same people. It's just not made here anymore, and the tax that they pay on their earnings isn't getting paid here anymore either. I mean, take turkeys, for instance. We used to rear just about enough turkeys for the domestic market for Christmas, which is apparently when it's the only time of the year anybody likes turkey. It's weird. I mean, what's wrong with turkey the other 12 months of the year? Just one day, that's all. But we chew through a boatload of them. We used to rear enough to keep us going. Now we can't, because the farm workers went back to where they came from because we yelled at them to do so. So now they're back in Poland. And we're going to be importing our turkeys that used to come from here. We're going to be importing them from Poland. They'll be reared and butchered by the people that used to do it here. Meanwhile, our farmers here go out of business. It's quackers. Get it? I mean, it's so economically inept. You'd think that this government would know that this would happen. How could they not? I mean, they're not stupid, are they? Think about it. It's as though the government is actively engaged in destroying the country. I mean, tell me another explanation. It's like they've got the nation up on bricks, they're nicking the wheels and stripping it for parts. This whole government needs an ASBO. Do we have an ankle bracelet that could fit Therese Kofi? We'll look into it. You're having the time of your life, Therese. Well, good for you. Glad somebody is. Dolores Umbridge, you say? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Peter texts, no single country in the world is doing well in this post-pandemic reboot. Brand it with Brexit, Boris or Tories, but there is still a huge bill to be paid and an opportunity for change. Regardless of your politics, there is a rough decade ahead. Yeah, no doubt. Rougher than most here, I would imagine. Unless some sort of miracle comes to pass. Not expecting anything remotely like that to happen here anywhere anytime soon. Matt emails, Nick, imagine if you will, you commissioned Boris... No, I read that. Didn't make sense the first time. Dominique... Yeah, I think I've read that one. Daryl says, be careful what you wish for, Nick. If the next PM isn't fishy, we might end up with John Bon Jovi. Or even worse, the Mog. Oh, blimey. Wouldn't that be painful?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
It's really quite astonishing that the people that can persuade large numbers of the public to vote for them, it just really flat out blows my mind. I mean, I'd just like to get people in a room and ask them why. Why? Why are you making these choices again and again? Despite the consequences being well known to you. It's mystifying. You can call me Mr. Fide. Let's have Belfast. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of... I was listening to your show tonight. You're talking about Boris. One of the comments I heard was that, he's economically illiterate. I think that's been partially kind to the guy. I think he's gaslighting the entire nation. Yeah. And I think it's deliberate. I think there's a plan to it. Because if you know anything about gaslighting, if you're in a relationship where you're being gaslit by the other person, one of the side effects of that is that you start looking for reasons for it. You either blame yourself or you blame the other person. If you can't blame either of those two, you start blaming other people outside of the relationship.
Right.
Now, he seems to be doing that on a national scale. You know, people are watching him. That speech was ridiculous. I mean, it was absolutely... I mean, I watched it, and I looked in his eyes, and I thought, this gay's laughing at us. He's really laughing at everybody. And he doesn't care.
I've said this
really
on the air over and over again, that they must wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today without consequence?
Absolutely. And it's not something... This isn't a short-term plan. This is a long-term plan. This is something that's been in the planning for a long, long period of time. You look at the likes of Rees-Mogg, and going back as far as his father, William Rees-Mogg, who was very much involved in a new kind of Randian philosophy there. You know, that book he wrote, the Sovereign Individual, which came out in the late 90s, basically, they're living that. They're trying to create that. They're living that out. Most people, this isn't a simple thing that's in the last 2 or 3 years. This is a plan that's been going on for a very long period of time, and they're sort of pretending to govern. That's what they're doing. They're pretending to govern.
Well, now, hang on a minute. Now, the implication of this is a plan that has been a long time in the working does rather imply a certain ability and intelligence on their part. I rather think that they're just chancers who are taking advantage of what comes along.
No, I agree with you. They are chancers. Where we are now is a result of the people that have come before them. They're carrying on the project, but they didn't start the project. But they are the result of it.
Right.
If you understand where I'm coming from, they didn't plan this all out, but they are part of the plan.
I also think that they're following the Republican Party, principally because the money comes from the same people.
But this is all global, Nick, because if you go back, the Republican Party changed really. You can really trace this back to the late 50s. So you're talking about Ayn Rand and what was she called? It was the Collective, the Rand Collective in the late 50s. And then Philip Greenspan in the 90s. He was a massive Randian economic philosopher, which led directly to the 2007 crash. I mean, you can draw the dots, you can join the dots all the way back. But there is a grand plan that's in place, and Boris and the rest of them.
I don't know about a grand plan.
Well,
I mean,
maybe this is only my theory. You know, it's just whatever. Who knows? I probably spend too much time thinking about this stuff.
Grand plan implies some sort of overarching intelligence, some sort of distanced, like controlling the world like a puppet. Now, I just don't think they're that smart.
Not necessarily. I mean, when I say grand plan, I mean there's an overarching philosophy that can direct things. So it's not a specific A equals B equals C equals D equals F.
But the overarching philosophy. Yeah, but the overarching philosophy is. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. The overarching philosophy is surely as simple as greed. I mean, that's all it is. Most of the people behind this government and the Republican Party are extremely wealthy and were born into that wealth. You know, they had opportunities that ordinary people couldn't have dreamt of. I mean, look at Trump, for instance. He keeps going on about how much he's made, but he was given something in the order of $400 million from his dad. I mean, if you can't make a fortune with $400 million free money, then, he managed not to. He managed to lose more money than any other individual in the history of America in 1 year. So, I just think this overall plan is just grasping to yourself everything you can at any given moment, just based on the chances that fall for you.
Right. Well, before I go off the phone tonight, Nick, can I give you one very specific example?
Go on, then.
That in relation to where I come from, in the last 2 days alone, we've had. I just heard it was on Question Time on Thursday night, and while the show was actually airing live, it was announced that the Irish language bill was passed in Northern Ireland, which overrode any unionist objections to that. Now, when you put that in conjunction with what's going on with the Northern Irish Protocol, where the guy who actually negotiated the protocol along with Boris, I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but it was during the conference, he gave a speech and he was being very, ridiculously outspoken and saying he was giving Mitterrand and the European Union 10 days to get their act together.
David Frost.
That's the guy. Absolutely, that's the man. So he was giving Mitterrand and the French 10 days to comply with what the UK wanted in terms of changing this protocol. And within that same 24, 48-hour period, you had the Irish Language Act passed over and above the heads of the unionist community in Northern Ireland, which I'm not part of, by the way, so I don't care. And that was designed to cause a lot of friction in the north of Ireland. I think that really what we're looking at now is where the Tory party, Boris Johnson, the Conservatives, are really looking to think to themselves, well, English nationalism's on the rise. If we can actually get rid of Northern Ireland and draw a line over Scotland, or between us and Scotland, we'll be in power ad infinitum. I think that's the long-term plan. I really do.
Well, if there is any sort of plan, it's what the Republicans are doing in America to cement their position at the top by making it increasingly difficult for the opposition to cast their vote, which is precisely what they're doing here.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. 100%, I agree.
I mean, that is a plan, and that does take long-term thinking. As in America, the Republican Party are replacing local judges. I mean, that's what Trump really concentrated on in his time in power, was putting in judges that would be loyal to him and the party. Judges in the Supreme Court, but perhaps more importantly than that, local judges, so that you can basically take any case you like and take it from one area and put it in the courts of a county or a state where you've got compliant judges. And by that method, if you keep doing that, keep putting friendly judges in position, eventually it doesn't matter how many votes the opposition gets, they'll just get judges to throw them out. I mean, they came a whisker to doing just that in the last general election in America. I mean, it's amazing. America almost became a fascist dictatorship. It was so close. And I bet next time they're considerably more successful. Thanks, Paul. We've got the same thing happening here. I mean, do not take your eyes off what is happening for a single second. Sleep with one eye open. All of that ID. You've got to show ID. I mean, it might dissuade even just a few. It might be just a few people from voting. Because the poorer you are, the less likely you will have photo ID. That's the point. And the less poor you are, the less likely goes the thinking that you will be voting Conservative. I mean, it's a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And so if they're making great efforts to solve a problem that doesn't exist, then you have to think, what's actually going on here? And that's it. Voter suppression. Must be. Gerrymandering. It's not like we don't have a history of that in this country. Oh, yeah, that's right, we do. Paul tweets, Nick, this well-known lyric that I know you're a fan of reminds me of the Tory party conference. Far away across the field, the tolling of the iron bell calls the faithful to their knees to hear the softly spoken magic spells. Yeah. Hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way. Got that right. Let's have Edinburgh. Trevor.
Good evening, Nick.
Trevor.
Hello. I've been listening very carefully to your show tonight, as I always do. You've made a lot of really good points, actually. I found myself agreeing with quite a lot of what you said. Earlier on, you talked as if you mentioned a point that you felt that it was almost like the British government were trying to destroy the country. they destroy the economy, I should say, not the country.
Yeah.
And I was watching a thing tonight on TV, and it was farmers talking about how the whole leaving Europe and all the difficulties that they're having in shipping pigs. They're having to slaughter pigs, apparently, in the thousands.
Yeah.
Because there's too many pigs being bred, and because they can't get the drivers, Polish drivers, the Estonian drivers, all these other drivers that left Britain, went back to their own countries, as the racists would like. You know, get out of our country and take our jobs.
Yeah.
It's left a shortfall in drivers. So the knock-on effect of that is that the farmers having to slaughter pigs. Now, there was a guy on TV tonight who's a spokesman he's an advisor to the government about climate change. And he was saying because we're having to destroy pigs, and because that'll force our reliance on Britain to buy in more food from abroad, then every truck that drives to Britain from another country or goes to Dover and picks up stuff from Europe and then has to come back through up the road has a certain carbon footprint. And he acknowledged how much it was. Apparently it's 2.3 litres of CO2 emissions for every mile the truck drives. So if you go to Scotland to London, let's say for an argument's sake it's a 1,000-mile trip, round trip, London to Edinburgh and back, then you're putting 2,300 this cubic meters or however they measure the CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. And he was saying because Britain is going to have to rely in future, because of the shortage of drivers and all the other problems, on people moving food across the world, and we're not creating food locally, then this will mean that they will not meet the targets in this conference that they're having in Glasgow in 4 weeks' time, the COP26 thing it's called.
You can't possibly think that they're actually serious about all these targets they keep. By the time those targets become due, they won't be in office anymore. It won't have anything to do with them.
That's right, and this man said that Britain has set itself a target to meet all its obligations by 2045, they said, but in reality we have to meet them by 2030. So we're talking about 9 years' time from now, and they're saying it will take up to 25 years. So in fact, by the time they build Hinkley Point, for example, it will be finished in 2042. This is a nuclear power station that they're going to build to create plutonium energy. They're saying that technology will already be obsolete because renewables and energy are starting to come on at a hell of a rate. And they mentioned Orkney tonight on the news, where they're testing out this thing. It's like you could call it a water snake if you want. They set it in the water and it bobs up and down according to the action of the waves. And through this movement, it generates electricity. Now, they said, we're having a few problems with it, but we know that once it's properly fully developed, it can be exported out right across the world to lots of countries that want it.
And it's a snake?
It's like it looks like a big yellow snake in the water.
No, I don't like it.
Well, anyway, what they're saying is they've got three ways to generate electricity that doesn't rely on fossil fuels. One of them is wind power, one of them is solar, and one of them is wave power.
Yeah.
And the wave power seems to be the one that's most effective because the tide never stops moving up in the Perthman Firth. Or it's very flat, calm only a few days of the year. The rest of the time it's chopping and churning like crazy. And they talked about this as a means of, being able to reduce carbon emission simply because if you're not longer relying on the fossil fuel. So they said, what would have to happen in Britain to meet the targets? Listen, this is what the man said. Every single car in Britain's roads by 2025 would have to be a battery-powered car. Every single car. Now, in Britain, I hear there's something like 70 million cars. And these battery cars are very, very nice, beautiful. I was at an exhibition with
1%. 1% of our cars are battery. 1%.
Yeah, well, they were saying to get the target met, the 100%, given that drivers, and I've spoken to a lot of people about this. I mean, there's a taxi guy I get to go to college sometimes, and he was telling me he wanted to change over to a battery taxi. So he's in this taxi, driving along, petrol-driven diesel car. He says, to change my taxi it would cost me £74,000. He said, no, I don't have anything. 74 grand to buy this battery taxi. Now, it's a beautiful taxi. I've seen pictures.
Is it made of gold? £74,000?
£74,000, and he says to me, right now, I'm a self-employed taxi driver. I work 40 hours a week.
How can a cab cost £74,000? What is it, like a black cab? The new battery black cabs cost 74 grand.
It's a black
No way.
cab that can seat 6 people. It's a beautiful looking thing.
The big boxy ones. The new battery ones, right? I mean, I like the sound of them. They don't make any sound at all, but they cost £75,000.
Yeah,
that's hard to believe.
And I thought to myself, you take every taxi driver in London, all these black cabs, there's thousands of them in London, and let's say most of the people who do that job in London are self-employed people, or they work for a company, and they hire this car.
No way can they afford that. Absolutely no way. Not impossible.
It would wipe out London's taxis in 24 hours if they were forced. Now, you see that man that was on the news tonight, him that was talking about the steel industry in Britain, and how there was a man on TV tonight talking about the steel industry and saying that if Britain doesn't help its steel workers, its farmers, its fishermen, all these companies, as you rightly said, will go bust. And to say that people should get, say, high wages, Boris Johnson on that broadcast, I thought, well, let's say your high wage was set at £15 an hour, just for argument's sake, £15 an hour. You go to a big company like Marks and Spencer's, and you say, right, we've got X amount of thousands of employees. We want you to pay every one of them in the shops and in the Cafe Revive, within the store, or Subway, or McDonald's.
Okay. They'll all go out of business. So it's not going to be a high skilled economy. It's going to be an unemployed economy, because the businesses will go closed because they can't afford to pay all these fantastical wages. Yeah, Trevor, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for the lesson. Felt like I was back at school. Is this going to be on the test?
No.
Oh, thank God for that. Paul tweets. Oh, no, I've read that. The lyric. Hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way. This text says, perhaps the ballet dancer, Fatima's next job will be a lorry driver, only she doesn't know it yet. M text, Brexit means Brexit. 17.4 million people cannot possibly be wrong, which I assume is sarcasm. I'm going to go ahead and assume you're being sarcastic. Jason says, when the Tories cut international aid, they said they wanted to prioritise the poorest people in this country instead. Now they're increasing national insurance and cutting universal credit. Yeah, that's right. Don't listen to what they say. Pay attention to what they do. There's no getting around it. We are being run by a government that is perpetually gaslighting us. I mean, this is a relatively new phrase to me. I mean, I'm only aware of this phrase, actually, since Bodger came to power. And we do feel, it does feel as though we're being gaslit all the time. You know, like in Star Wars, when the Jedi Knight, what's his name? Obi-Wan Kenobi said, these are not the droids you're looking for. That's gaslighting. Rude. He's an intergalactic rude Jedi. Because those droids, not the droids, the Starship Troopers, whatever the hell they're called, they were very, very stupid robots.
Affirmative.
Or are they robots, or are they people inside those white plastic uniforms? I've got no idea. Does it really matter?
No.
Not really. Anyway, they were being gaslit. Those were the droids that they were looking for. Get Darth Vader on the phone. He's going to have to look into this. He's not picking up? Keep trying. Yeah, we're being gaslit as a nation. They just must wake up in the morning, just for devilment, and think, what can we do to them today? I mean, let's tell them that we're being generous while at the same time being mean, because that will really boggle their minds. Here's a recording of our minds being boggled. That's what it's like every day in this country. It's like my eyes are looking in two different directions. I've got a noise in my head. Please help me.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. John emails, Dear Nick, why is no one, including yourself, in all media outlets demanding HS2 be stopped and the savings be used to prop up where needed? Oh, I see. It's my fault. I mean, talk about building something that will be outmoded by the time it's constructed. I mean, how long does it take us to build a blooming railway line? If this was China, HS2 would have been built in about 3 weeks, and they would have built it for about £1.50. Here, the bill is, what is it now, £100 billion, something like that, to get to Birmingham, 10 minutes quicker than we used to. It's insane. Nobody's going on business trips anymore. Nobody wants to meet face-to-face. Business persons don't want to meet face-to-face anymore. They want to do Zoom. Get Aretha Franklin on the phone. She'll sing it to us. She's not picking up either. Yeah, they don't. Because that's what the HS2 is for. It's for business persons to go from Birmingham to London and London to Birmingham. Quicker. A little bit quicker. But it doesn't make any difference whether it shaves 10 minutes off the trip. It's still a half a day, or a whole day, actually. You go from London to Birmingham for a meeting, and then back again. That's your entire day wiped out. Or you could do it in 30 minutes without leaving your office on your computer. Which you're going to choose? It's insane. And it's so insane that you think, well, somebody's got to be making a lot of money from this. Must be friends and donors. Somebody is really coining it in. That's why they're so keen. It has to be something other than making the journey from London to Birmingham 10 minutes quicker. Can't be that. That's ridiculous. And who's going to be able to afford to do it anyway? I mean, can you imagine what that's going to cost? Let's have a call in Glossop. Richard.
Evening, Nick. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for making your call.
I thought, I've heard a lot of discussions about this lorry driver shortage. It is due to Brexit. It's not due to Brexit. So I thought I'd try and work out if it was using GDP as a way of calculating it. I know it sounds really boring.
No. Is this a maths lesson?
Oh, no. I'm afraid so. I'll give you the headline figure. 18% of it.
18% is the right answer. What?
Thank you.
18% of what is due to what now?
18% of the lorry driver shortage in this country is due to Brexit.
Is it?
It is. Do you want me to go through the maths?
Best not give me the option. Best just charge in.
Right, let's go. Okay. I used 2018 GDP figures. I took out Germany for a reason I'll tell you in a minute. The GDP of the UK in 2018 was 3,000 billion. Now, the GDP of the EU as a whole, excluding Germany but including the UK, because we're members then, was 20,000 billion. Right. So what you do is then you look at the shortage. Now, if we take out Germany, which has a shortage of 50,000, so that leaves us with 350,000 across the EU, including the UK. Yeah, because there was a total of 400,000 across the EU, including the UK. Now, the UK has a 100,000 shortage. Now, when you divide that shortage by the GDP, per 1 unit of GDP, there's 3.5 shortage across the EU, including the UK, excluding Germany. Whereas in the UK, if you take that 100,000 against the UK's GDP, it's 4.3 against 1 unit of GDP. That's 18% difference.
Ask me if I understand so far.
Do you understand so far?
No. Go ahead.
But there is one reason I took Germany out. And this is one thing that was on my mind, and as it is on a Friday night with everyone. Germany transports far more freight by rail. Now, at the moment, they have a 50,000 shortage compared to our 100,000, but their GDP is double ours. Now, their rail freight, though...
Wait.
Right,
Germany's GDP is double ours? Is that true?
It is, yeah. Well, it was in 2018. Ours was 3,000 billion, and I've squared that up a little bit, Germany's was 6,000 billion in 2018.
Aren't they doing well?
Yeah. They are. 10 out of 10. But they transport, right, 2018, the UK transported by rail, in terms of freight, 17,206 million ton kilos. Right? Germany transported 129,991 million ton kilos by rail.
Am I supposed to be keeping all of these numbers in my head, or can I just...
Don't worry, I'll bring it to a conclusion.
Can I forget them as soon as you've said them?
Absolutely.
Job done.
So that means that Germany transported 6 times more than us by rail.
Yeah. We should definitely be using more rail. Yeah, absolutely more rail. And we like... There's a supermarket that seems to be out in front.
That's good.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't going to mention them by name, but all right then.
Oh, sorry. And Waitrose, I believe, and Sainsbury's and Aldi.
Yeah, other supermarkets are available, but I think it's Tesco's that does a lot of its internal, like within country transportation by rail.
And also from Spain. They're bringing fresh fruit and veg from Spain by rail.
Yes, it seems absolutely the way to go. You send it by rail to a hub, and from there it can go onto a lorry or a van to its eventual destination. But rail must absolutely...
Why aren't we doing this? It makes sense. We've got all these hubs, rail hubs. It just, you could take thousands of lorries off the road, shorter journeys by, vehicle from these. It just seems logical, but then again, it's the UK.
Yeah. Right, so did we get to the end of your excruciating maths?
Yes, our shortage difference is 18%, and that's what I'd attribute to Brexit. Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, I understood precious little of it. Perhaps that was your plan. But thanks a lot, Richard. Maths. Anybody want to hear a maths lesson at 5 to 1 in the morning?
No.
Not really. I did my own research, if you can believe that, and I found that I think it's 400,000 they're short in Europe, drivers. We're 100,000 short in this country. So I think that last caller got it a little bit wrong. It wasn't 400,000 for the whole of Europe, including us. I think it's 400,000 short in Europe, the EU, and 100,000 short here, which means that, per head of population, we have twice the shortage that they do in Europe. Double. And the only thing that differentiates us from them is Brexit. Ain't nothing else. That's the big difference. So we are twice as in need as they are. And the big difference, of course, is that they can import drivers across borders, no problem, no paperwork, no issue. Here, you've got to get permission from his bodgeness.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And he is disinclined to actually do anything that's going to make things better. They seem to be bent on making things worse. If this is the Conservative Party, the government, trying to make things better, if this is them busting a gut to try to make this country better, then maybe they should just stop trying. Because if this is actually them doing their best to alleviate our pain, they're not very good at their job. I mean, the only other explanation I can find is that they are deliberately trying to inflict pain upon us for whatever reason. Like money, probably. It's not a government, it's a smash and grab raid. Hey, Bodger, stop trying to help us. We can't afford it. But, apart from that, you're doing excellent work, and you keep it up, okay?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right. Have I got time to take one more call? Oh, I guess so. As long as it's very, very quick. Can you be very, very quick, Glenn?
Possibly.
Okay.
The thing is, Nick, thanks for having me on. Richard gave me brain meltdown.
Yeah.
All that math and everything, a bit too much for this time in the morning.
I think it's best to just forget everything that everybody says the moment they're saying it. I do.
I'll try my best to then.
Right.
Yeah. And reason why I was phoning, Nick, all this hike on energy bills and everything, gas, electric, it's crazy, So why can't the government just totally cut all the VAT on energy bills to help us poor people.
Yeah, I heard in the news that Zora Sullivan said that they're actually going to do the opposite. They're going to make it even more expensive than it's about to be.
That's because Boris is a cretin. Am I allowed to say that?
Right, okay. So is he... Is that the royal family that he is a part of? Because he is descendant from one of Europe's royal families, as far as I'm aware. I could look this up on Wikipedia. I wasn't aware that it was the Cretin royal family. I'll look that up. Thanks a lot, Glenn. Certainly have given us a lot to think about. Hey, well done to our boys, well, England's boys, anyway, in beating Andorra by 5-0. And with 11 people on the pitch from Andorra, that does represent the entire population of that place. Meanwhile, in other news, in places that you'd be hard-placed to pinpoint on a map, the former Prime Minister of Finland has said that the European Union must stand ready to send to Britain aid when it is crippled by food and supply shortages because of Brexit. That's very nice of him.
Thank you.
Alexander Stubb said the EU should help a stricken UK, even though it was all our fault. This is the former Prime Minister of Finland. Wherever that is. He said if the EU would play its cards right. Oh, I thought we held all the cards. See, there's the problem right there. They can't play their cards right because we hold all of the cards.
Affirmative.
Alexander Stubb said if the EU would play its cards right, it would offer assistance to the UK now or later when the supply of basic goods and services takes a turn for the worse. Well, I think you can start the lorries now. He says this is what friends do, even if the pain has been self-inflicted, stupid and unnecessary.
What?
Hey, hang on. Who are you calling stupid and unnecessary? Alexander Stubb, who led Finland for 11 months. Is that it? 11 months? He was the country's finance minister. He predicted the only way to save Britain would be for it to renew closer ties with the EU. No. And furthermore...
No.
No, we don't care if we do die. We'll never admit a mistake. The former MEP and Vice President of the European Investment Bank oh, God, he's a banker. No! He said that the offer of help could tempt the UK back into the fold. No, it won't. We will not be tempted back into the fold. Any more than if we were standing in the rain outside a tent and refused to get inside and get dry because we had already made the decision to go outside. To come into the warmth would just mean that we are admitting that we made the wrong decision. So we will stand in the rain and pretend that that's what we had in mind all along. The former Prime Minister of Finland, his comments echo a widely held view in Brussels that the fuel, supply and truck driver shortages that have hit the UK are a direct consequence of our decision to leave the European Union and the single market. And they only think that because it's true. EU diplomats claim Northern Ireland has not faced similar problems. Because Brexit keeps it within the single market. Yeah, well, that's just the EU being mean to us. You wait till they realise that they need us more than we need them, which should happen any day now. I mean, it's supposed to have happened already, so it's bound to dawn on them soon, isn't it? Probably. Mr. Stubb said that things were only going to get worse for the UK the longer it stayed away from its former EU allies. He said, sorry. No, you're not. He said, sorry, but the situation in the UK is going to go from bad to worse with no respite in sight.
Oh, no.
He rejected Boris Johnson's insistence that the disruption to petrol and other supplies were part of the growing pains as the UK transitioned into a high-wage economy after Brexit. They're going to be going on about that forever. Oh, we're all going to be a high-skilled, high-wage economy. Yeah, small question. Who's going to be doing all of the low-skilled, low-paid jobs? You know, when we're all creating apps and making video games and, you know, we're artists or architects, surgeons. You know, when all of us are doing those jobs, those high-skilled, high-paid jobs, who's going to be doing all the low-skilled, low-paid jobs? Because they'll still need doing. So who's going to be doing those then? Just curious. Mr. Stubbs said this is not a period of adaptation, it's rather a permanent reality and a fact linked to the voluntary isolation and myths of sovereignty. We see, he doesn't speak English very well. He's from Finland. He said, this is not a period of adaptation that we are going through in Britain. He said, rather, it's a permanent reality and a fact linked to voluntary isolation and myths of sovereignty in an interdependent world. Whatever that means. Yeah, whatever. He said the only way out of this mess is the gradual return to cooperation with eventual discussions on new arrangements, he said. He said that the UK could rejoin the European Economic Area, which includes rule-taking countries such as Norway and Iceland that are not EU member states. Small quiz here. You know the people in Norway, are they HAPPY? You bet they are. All the same people keep topping the same lists. The happiness index. We're way down the happiness. Is anybody actually happy in this country right now?
No.
No, we're ripping ourselves apart. Absolutely furious. Particularly those that think they won. They're the angriest of all. I just had a brief exchange with... So I have a very, very strict policy of not reading my emails. But occasionally I send my work to myself, to my work email account. See, I shouldn't be saying this out loud. But very occasionally I will, by accident, not press my own email to myself. I'll press one either above or below it and accidentally read somebody's email to me. And it was of the order of, I'll sum it up for you. Oh, leave him alone. He's doing his best. Except it was all in capital letters, like he was shouting at me. And I replied, you won, get over it. Why are the people who won the angriest of them all? Curious. It's almost as though they're realising they actually haven't won anything. You know, like they've been had. That can't be it. Maybe they got to the sunny uplands and it's raining. Anyway, he suggested that the UK could rejoin the European Economic Area, the once leader of Finland, which includes happy countries like Norway and Iceland. Would you like to be a happy country?
No.
No. We revel in our misery. He said that might be just too big of an integration chunk to swallow before, say, 2030. He means that we, Brits, will suffer any amount of misery rather than admit that we've been had to avoid losing face. We will stand in the rain getting pneumonia and dying before we will admit that we're getting wet and we'd rather have been in the tent. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Awful. 0345 6060 973. Some texts and emails from last night, of which there are a large amount. I'm very bad at this job. Look at that, there's hundreds of them. I'll try and get through much of them before I get another tsunami wave. All of these people, they keep calling and texting me. How do they get my numbers? Peter says, are you expecting a politician or a political party to run our lives and tell us what to do? Never relied on anyone else to get through tough times, and you will find most people don't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Peter? Government is supposed to run the country, but they seem to have given up on that, like it's got nothing to do with them. Mary texts, evening, Nick. Do you think Boris is trying to let the economy free fall into creative destruction? After all, it's an alternative following a global economic shock. Yeah, it's an alternative, I suppose. Creative destruction. I don't think there's any such thing as creative destruction. Apart from when KLF burnt all that money. That was destructive, and it was, by definition, creative because they were artists. £1 million, supposedly. I wonder if they actually did that. Did anybody check? But there definitely is money in chaos. We know that. There's billions and... Well, there's an endless amount of money in chaos. Under the cover of a worldwide panic, you can make boatloads of money. You don't even have to do anything for it, apparently. Steve texts, Nick, tax rises, no petrol, supply chains broken, and 30% gas price hikes. Yet, incredibly, the polls show the Conservatives increasing their lead over Labour in the polls, proving that if you get the country in ordure, you get extra points. You get extra points. Michelle texts, hi Nick, 41 years ago I moved to this country because it was the coolest place on earth. What happened to it? I will bin my Union Jack socks. I'm so disappointed, said Michelle. Well, Michelle, you should have read the terms and conditions. I believe there is, in very, very small print, right at the bottom, it says, warning, this country may contain nuts.
I'm a nutcase.
Darius texts, Uncle Fishy said in a conference the other day, the future is here even if you can't see it. So I'm afraid we are doomed. That sentence alone eliminates any hope for things to get better, as in the future it will be as messy as it is now, says Darius. Well, I suppose so, yeah. If this is the future, I'm not completely satisfied. Can I change it for something I like?
No.
Did you see this stories about what's happening on the roads? Oh, my God, it's just like, what's next? Oh, have you heard about wind? Did you hear that story about wind?
No.
No, well, get ready. Prepare yourself. I'll do that one in a while. But now this. Can you believe it? Travel chaos has hit two of Britain's motorways as a giant sinkhole has closed 2 lanes of the M5. What? And a car was completely destroyed by flames on the M4, causing miles of tailbags. A sinkhole shut down 2 lanes of traffic on the M5's northbound carriageway at Strensham. Meanwhile, the M4 was hit with miles of tailbacks after a small car was left 100% destroyed by flames after it caught fire on the hard shoulder of the motorway near Swindon around 3:30 this afternoon. Holes appearing in the ground, vehicles aflame, the Joker in the top job. Is this the end of times? Somebody check under Bodger's hairline. There may be numbers carved in there. Meanwhile, shelves have been empty across the UK this morning, while millions of shoppers claim they have been unable to buy essential foods in the past 2 weeks as Britain's supply chain crisis continues. Or as Boris Johnson would say, the food shelves are groaning with produce that could only have come with us leaving the European Union. Liar! Pictures show aisles at some supermarkets already stripped bare of meat and fruit and frozen goods as customers were seen pushing trolleys laden with toilet roll and water bottles ahead of the festive season, says the Mail. Ahead of the festive season? Since when is October ahead of the festive season? I mean, technically it is, but then so's June. Christmas is 2.5 months away. Wait, just pause while I check that mentally. January, yeah, 2.5 months away. I mean, it's not like Jesus gets 2 birthdays. He's not the Queen. New figures from the Office of National Statistics show around 1 in 6 Brits have been unable to buy essential food items in the last fortnight, in the latest sign of our great Brexit success, and one in the eye to all of those Ramonas who said that we would not be able to buy whatever we want at cheaper prices if we dared to leave the European Union. I think that's what Ramonas said.
Correct.
Yeah, pretty sure about that. But so what if we can't buy essential food items? It's not like they're essential. A survey of 1,000 consumers by the Grocer magazine revealed that 2/3 of shoppers were either worried or very worried by potential shortages of food in the food and drink in the run-up to Christmas. And drink. Booze. Don't forget the drink. 2/3 of shoppers were worried or very worried. Can we just say they're worried? Hundreds of thousands of shoppers have already booked in their delivery slots for Christmas, with 1 in 3 shoppers already starting to stock up on groceries. I think that's the very definition of panic. You know when to start panicking? When Bodger Johnson tells you not to panic. Get this. The Financial Times reports that several senior Tory figures have even been spotted panic buying themselves, despite them telling us not to. They probably don't want to have to stand behind us in the queue. And now, in concrete proof that everything is going very well under the watchful eye of the dear leader, top government figures are considering keeping soldiers on to drive lorries over Christmas in a bid to prevent food shortages. So if Vlad the Insaner wants to invade, this Christmas would be an ideal time, as the British Army will be up to their armpits in tinsel and turkeys. Meanwhile, Bodger is fiddling while Rome burns, or more accurately, he's raiding the dressing-up box for a photo shoot in some billionaire donor's factory and thinking of words that rhyme with better. He's funny, no?
No.
He's appointed former Tesco boss Dave Lewis as his new supply chain crisis czar. Not that there's a crisis or anything, he's just had to employ somebody to deal with this non-existent crisis. His remit, to clear blockages and preempt potential future ones. But as Bodger can't bring himself to admit that the problem is all of those workers that he sent packing back to where they came from, I wish Dave Lewis the best of luck. You can't fix a problem if you don't admit the cause of the problem. What exactly do they teach pupils at Eton? It appears to be a dipstick manufacturing facility.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
1 in 6 adults have been unable to buy essential food items in the last fortnight because they were not available, according to the government. That's the ONS, Office for National Statistics. A quarter of adults said the same for non-essential food items. The ONS found after analysing responses from 3,326 adults between September the 22nd and October the 3rd. This is as part of its Opinions and Lifestyle Survey. And I bet those 3,326 adults are being put on a list for Priti Patel to deal with later. Only 50% of people who expressed a preference said that everything they needed was still available to buy. 57%, just over half. Well, let's check on this. Are there any empty shelves in Germany?
No.
France?
Negative.
Spain?
No.
Italy?
No.
Honestly, I can't think of a single thing that differentiates us from them. What could the reason be? 1 in 7 residents were unable to buy fuel as fears of petrol shortages and struggles with HGV driver recruitment led to drivers queuing for hours to get fuel and petrol stations being forced to close due to low supplies. I actually found, much to my amazement, I found a petrol station that was open last night. I am stunned. And I went by and there was no queues outside. This is a petrol station that previously, like last weekend, had the queues were so big and they were jamming the roads and people were queuing from both sides, which means that you don't know who's next. And so people were crossing the road in order to try to barge in to the garage, and people were getting out and they were shouting at each other. Oh, God, it was an absolute nightmare. It's like this country's turned into a joke. And I just passed by. I thought, forget it. If I run out of petrol, then I'll just walk. I don't want to get involved in that mess. And this week, the very same garage was the only one I passed. I must have passed like 12 garages back and forth over the course of yesterday, and only one was open. And I drove up, and I drove straight to the pump. There was nobody there. It's as though the word hadn't got out. And despite the sign saying you can only have £30 worth of petrol, I just kept squeezing the nozzle there, and the pump as well, as a matter of fact. And I filled up 50 quid's worth, which I think these days is about, 3 litres? Something like that. And I went to pay without incident. I couldn't believe it. It was a miracle. You know, like we used to do. 1 in 7 people were unable to buy any fuel just lately, and I think that's mostly concentrated around London. Well, it's okay if London grinds to a halt. It's not like a lot of the money is made here. 6 in 10 people said their food shopping experience had been different to usual, while 43% said there was less variety. 14% had to go to more shops to get what they needed. A fifth said items that they needed were not available and they could not find a replacement, as in essential. That's the very definition of essential. If you need it, it's essential. 13% of adults reported waiting longer for prescriptions, and 4% had to go to more pharmacists to find what they needed. Can't get no drugs no more.
Want to score some pot?
This is all information provided by the government's own Office for National Statistics, which seems to be producing information that contradicts the dear leader's message that everything is great on planet Brexit. So I would expect them all to be sacked first thing Monday morning, and the building they are housed in to be turned into an asylum processing centre. Oh, we'll process them all right. They're going down. Push them back out to sea. Let them drown, said Priti Patel. I made that up. She didn't say that out loud. A survey of 1,000 consumers by the Grocer magazine revealed that 2/3 of shoppers were either worried or very worried by potential shortages of food and drink ahead of the festive season. Which is odd, because the latest polling suggests that if there was a general election tomorrow, people would still vote for another term of Conservative leadership. You'd have to say that we knew what we were voting for and we got what we wanted. This is it. Having nothing on our plate is the taste of winning. It tastes great. Just what I had in mind for dinner. Nothing. Nothing but the taste of freedom. Neil tweets, Nick, did you notice that the government's great and munificent offer to 5,000 EU HGV drivers to allow them to come over here to work for 3 months, U-turned to 6 months, has only been taken up by 27, yes, 27 drivers. That is 1 driver per EU country. They're sending representatives over. They're going to come over here and take a few pictures and send them back. You know, so they can have a laugh. Kensington. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I haven't spoken to you for about 4 years.
Wow.
And I'm still talking to you on my landline.
Ah, that's why you're coming in very, very clear.
Anyway, I still listen to you every week, and now I'm listening to you on Sundays as well.
Well, thanks, Jennifer.
Anyway, I just want to say, as I spoke to your glamorous assistant,
yeah,
all these people which have been complaining in the papers and on the radio saying that when they go into their local supermarket, the shelves are empty.
Mm.
Well, I live in the heart of Earl's Court, and I've got a number of well-known, big, branded supermarkets. And I was in my local one this afternoon, about 4 o'clock. And there's no shortages at all. I mean, in fact, they seem to be overstocked.
Now, are we talking about the one that begins with T, or S, or M, or A, or L?
T.
T? T?
The letter T.
The letter T, OK, then, without mentioning any names. Tesco's, yes.
You made me laugh. You always do that. I go there twice a week, usually on a Monday and a Friday or a Saturday.
Monday or Friday,
and I went
Saturday.
this afternoon, so the weather was glorious.
Yeah.
I went early, and I got everything I needed. And
what did you get?
The prices are going up each time I go.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. What did you get?
Well, I'm a vegetarian, so I eat
vegetarian food. I
eat
see.
a lot of vegetables and a lot of fruit.
Yeah.
And because the weather's been really lovely the last few days,
Yeah.
I'm back on salads.
Right. Do you eat bacon? I mean, that's a vegetable.
I actually eat the plant-based vegetarian.
Oh, yeah, right. The pretend bacon.
Boring.
Yeah.
No, I don't eat the pretend bacon because I think it looks pretty disgusting. It doesn't look like... Well, I never used to eat bacon that much anyway because I'm half Chinese. I wasn't actually brought up on red meat. I was mainly brought up on...
But bacon's not red meat.
Well, it was in my family.
But Chinese pork is a massive part of the Chinese diet, surely.
I know, but that's a white meat.
That's what I'm saying.
I know, as I'm saying, I wasn't brought up on red meat, which was bacon, liver, lamb.
No, back up. Bacon comes from?
Pigs.
It's the right answer. Would you like to play for the car? Car
anyway,
is not available.
We had much in the way of bacon. We ate mainly chicken, fish, seafood, because my home Guernsey is surrounded by sea. So, of course, my dad had all the crab pots and used to go out fishing. So I was actually mainly eating fish and seafood growing up. And we ate chicken, but not a lot, but mainly duck and pork.
Right.
But I never actually ate that much in the way of meat because I didn't really like it.
It sounds like you hoovered up everything that lived and quacked and walked and squawked on the farm. I mean, there's nothing left apart from cows.
Well, and then I never ate those. Right. I never ate lamb. I never ate bacon.
Lambs. Oh, poor little lambs. Bouncy, 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 then...
I'm over the moon that maybe turkeys won't be murdered this Christmas.
Oh, they're going to get murdered, all right. Don't you worry about that.
I thought there was going to be a shortage. So
there's going to be a shortage of British turkeys, but we'll be importing vast numbers of foreign turkeys.
Oh, well, the thing is, I think people should be very careful about eating poultry and other meats coming from other countries because they don't have the same laws over there as they do over here, which are very strict.
Jennifer, it's called freedom. We are free to not have a farming industry over here and to be dependent on all of the people that used to work on our farms here, sending us stuff that they're working on farms abroad. I think that's how it's working out.
And I think it's very sad that all the farmers are killing pigs and sticking them in landfill.
Yeah, of course, it's not sad for the pigs because they were going to die anyway, but it's sad for the farmers who aren't going to get any money, honey.
But the thing is, I mean, like in Spain, they will actually roast a pig. And there's many people in this country which actually do that more so in the summer as well. And I'm just thinking, well, why don't these farmers invite people like normal consumer to go to their farms and pay for a pig, and then they can cut it up when they get home, and then stick it in the freezer, and and then they can roast it or barbecue.
Yeah, that's what people will do. Are you out of your mind? People don't want to do that. They don't want to imagine that anything they buy on a styrofoam tray wrapped in plastic was ever alive, and certainly not a part of something that used to walk around and oink.
Well, I mean, maybe the farmers can actually get somebody who is not scared of blood and holding a knife to maybe cut the pig into four portions.
Like a butcher, you mean? Yeah, that's the problem. We ain't got no butchers. We ain't got no abattoir workers, and we haven't got any butchers. If people had to, as you just described, if they had to go to a farm and get an entire animal and take it home and gut it and cut it up into bits, everybody would be vegetarian.
That'd be a great thing, though, wouldn't it?
I was a vegetarian for about 20 years.
I remember you saying years and years ago you were vegetarian. Why did you give up being a vegetarian? What was the reason?
Because I've said this many times on the air, but so I'll just breeze through it quickly. I gave up meat because I worked in a meat factory, like a pie factory, in Scotland, and seeing like a gelatinous blob of meat in a pie is one thing, but seeing it in a 6-foot wide hopper that you had to use your entire arm to scrape around the outside and splat it in a machine that squirted it in the pie, that's something else entirely. It's like this great pool of wobbly meat product. Oh, God, it was awful. So I stopped eating meat. And, a day goes by and a month and a year, and then suddenly 20 years later, I read an article from a journalist that said, I gave up meat 20 years ago, and I can't remember why, so I'm going back to eating meat. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's right. Why am I not eating meat? And so I lapsed.
So how long were you a vegetarian for?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Well, I've been a vegetarian for 25.
Well, I suppose that means you win then, doesn't it?
And the reason I gave up eating chicken and duck, other stuff and fish. The reason I became a vegetarian because there was always salmonella in something.
Simon who?
Salmonella. I mean, they had salmonella in corned beef, then they had it in eggs, and then they had it in chicken, and then it went back to eggs again. And in the end, I thought, to hell with this. I can't be bothered giving this up every 3 or 4 months because of salmonella. So I gave up eating corned beef and never went back to it. And then when we got salmonella the second time in chickens, I gave up that as well. And then I gave up eggs. I only went back on eggs, but free range.
Oh, my God, there's nothing left. What do you eat? Water.
I eat a lot.
Right. So what did you find at the supermarket that was more expensive? Like, surprisingly more expensive? You picked it up and you went, how much?
Well, actually, when I went in on Monday, I normally buy a pack of 9 toilet rolls.
Oh. You left us hanging there forever. I thought 9. What comes in packs of 9? And I was mystified. I got no idea.
And it's their own brand, and they're really good. And
now, what do you mean by really good? In fact, no, gloss over. Don't even tell me. I don't want to know what you mean by really good. Don't tell me.
Well, soft.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Okay. Anyway, when I went in a week ago, they'd gone up by 19 pence, and they're smaller.
Smaller?
So I'm actually going to send an old one from a pack previously at one.
You're going to send it back to the manufacturer and say, look.
And then the new one, and then the difference in the size that they're making now.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
What do you mean by hang on a minute. What do you mean by the sizes? Is it just enough to cover your finger now? I mean, how small is it? Is it like a stamp?
Well, it's like half the amount of paper on a roll to the old one.
Oh, you mean fewer sheets? Right. Oh, okay. I'm with you now.
But also, vegetables are going up. Fresh vegetables are going up. I mean, I'm back on salad now, so, I mean, my bill this evening was only £27.
For salad?
When I went in on Monday and bought the winter vegetables, my bill was over 30. It was about 2.
Wow.
And that's just vegetables and fruit, but I eat a lot of vegetables and a lot of fruit. But I do my own home cooking. I've never bought a takeaway. I've never had a McDonald's or a Kentucky or any of that kind of rubbish.
You've never had a nice meal in your life. That's so sad.
I can't stand the smell of takeaway food. It really makes. And now, going on the tube, when the majority of people are no longer wearing masks, they're all back to eating this junk food.
Oh, okay. So that is awful.
Disgusting.
Stop eating smelly food on the tube, people.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, it sounded like you said it. Excellent work, Jennifer, and keep me updated on those awful prices and the size of toilet rolls. Okay, promise me you'll do that.
Lovely to talk to you.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Bye-bye. Let's have a call in of the West Midlands. Ranjit.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
Great. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I was just been listening to your show, really, and I've been laughing.
Laughing at me?
You know, not at you, with you, right? The one thing that comes to mind for me... Ranjit? Yeah.
What are you doing?
I just pulled up on my drive, so I was on loudspeaker. I'm on normal now. Right,
this is you normal, is it?
Yeah. Right, the one thing that comes totally to mind regarding our country is something that Big Donny always says. I love the poorly educated.
Donald Trump has never said that.
I love the poorly educated.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay. A couple of weeks, if you think about the working family, the hardest month that they have is September because they got to get school uniform, just finish the school holidays and everything, and they're virtually skint.
New pencils.
Everything, you know, yeah.
They've got to get their new protractors for their kids, slide rule, all of that stuff.
Yeah, compasses, the lot, yeah. Okay. And September's the hardest month. Come the last week in September, let's do a bit of scaremongering, right? We'll say there's going to be a petrol shortage. 2 doors up from me where my shop is, there's a petrol station, and people were queuing up round the block and everything all of last week and most of the week, the early part of the other week, yeah? So 85 pence in every litre went straight into the government coppers in excise duty, yeah?
Right.
So quickest way of getting the money in, so people weren't buying food, they were buying petrol. And when they're coming into my shop, I've just filled up. I said, where are you going? Nowhere. And then I think to myself,
but the thing with that, Ranger, is unless people were travelling vast distances to find that petrol, they weren't buying any more petrol than they would ordinarily buy.
Yeah, and there's so much false sense of security now, right? Most people put in probably, say, £30 or £40 a week regular petrol, yeah? So they don't realise how much the petrol prices are increasing. Okay, one of my taxi driver friends went to Minehead. He says it was $1.60 a litre, which is
wow. How much?
£8 a gallon. £8 a gallon.
$1.60. Well,
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
And that wasn't on the motorway, Nick. Right. So basically, if everybody puts in, say, £40 a week every week, yeah, eventually you're going to run out, aren't you, during the middle of the week because you're getting less for the £40, and people don't understand that.
Right.
And same as these gas prices and everything. Oh yeah, you know, my monthly direct debit's going up from £80 to £120. But when it comes to the end of the year, or you suddenly decide that's it, you're not having any more gas. And when you look at the arrears, how much you owe, you're probably going to have to take a mortgage out.
Yeah.
Right? So then comes October now, and they're doing a bit more scaremongering because, I run a fish and chip shop. This week I've hardly been able to get any fish because the fishermen don't want to come to England. They just go to Denmark, unload, go back out fishing.
Well, now, hang on. Wait, back up. So this is new. I haven't heard this yet. So you run a fish and chip shop and you can't get no fish?
Yeah, can't get no fish, hardly any, and I'm paying double what I normally pay, right?
So how much is a cod and chips?
Well, see, we're selling cod and chips around about $8.80 now. Yeah?
£8.80?
Yeah.
For cod and chips?
But our fish is quite big, yeah. But today, all I've been able to do is sell mini fish because I couldn't get any large fish because they're blaming it on the transport, they're blaming it on Brexit. Because we've had problems with fish, Nick, to be honest with you, since 2016, since Brexit happened. Yeah?
Well, can you... hang on a minute. Can you... So you normally get your fish from where? Like, are they British?
It comes from Scotland. It's fished in the
North Sea.
Norway and Finland.
Right.
Yeah. No, not the North Sea, no. But I don't know what that's the... Icelandic, near Iceland and that, yeah?
Okay.
And basically, you've discussed this before.
So are they British? Are they British fisher persons or Icelandic?
No, I think they're Icelandic.
Right.
Yeah, and they used to bring the fish into Aberdeen.
And does it have to be fresh, or can you not just use frozen?
We use fresh. We use fresh. It comes. Fresh cooks a lot better than frozen.
Right.
Yeah. And then once the fresh runs out, then the price of the frozen goes up. Then once the frozen is finished, then we're in the situation that we are now in.
So if people come in and say, "I'll have a haddock and chips," and you say, "Well, we haven't got any haddock." And we haven't got any cod, and we haven't got any scampi. Can I interest you in oh, no, we run out of potatoes. How about salt and vinegar?
No, we still got kebabs and chicken and that, yeah.
Right, okay. Like a traditional fish and chip shop that sells kebabs and chicken.
That's why, Nick, I don't know whereabouts you live, but if you go around to your local takeaways now, we're the traditional fish and chip shops, right? Used to do fish and chips and a bit of pies. Now they're doing pizzas, they're doing curries, they're doing sandwiches.
Saveloys. Right. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can.
What's in a saveloy? I probably don't want to know, do I? Do not read me the ingredients on the packet that they come in. Please, I'm begging you.
It's just same as a sausage, really, same kind of stuff. Like what you were saying when you worked in the pie factory,
right,
yeah?
That stuff, yeah.
That stuff, yeah.
Right,
but no, generally, right, like, what the thing is, you go on about Boris Johnson, yeah? The guy, he's very clever, in manipulating the population, and the population, unfortunately, are manipulating that. And they're walking around like zombies, yeah? And I've got very good friends, right, that do not want to admit what they're seeing in front of their eyes.
No.
And I'm saying to them, well, carry on. Well, you know, this is what you guys voted for, right? Now, I used to be a lorry driver. I had a HGV1 license. And when they brought in this working time directive from Europe, where we had to do the CPC exam, right?
What's the CPC exam?
It's a certificate of professional competency.
Right.
Competence, yeah. It's basically like an NVQ. It's like somebody coming out of university into your studio and say, right, Nick, I want you to tell me how you produce your show, how do you run your show, how do you get your research and write it all down. And you say, hang on. You say,
write it down? How do you spell? It's chaos in here.
Yeah, and then this little kid out of university, right, is telling you how to do your job.
Yeah.
Okay? Now that we've left Europe, why are we still doing it? Because it brings in coppers for the government.
Well, surely we want somebody who's driving a vehicle that's as large as a house to have some sort of competency. That doesn't seem unreasonable.
No, definitely. Look, people who have been driving trucks for 40 years, yeah, when I left in 2006, and I had a thing called grandfather's rights, yeah, which means till 2014, I didn't have to do the exam. After that,
I'm raising a finger of complaint right now. Grandfather's rights. Yeah, can you see that car across the road, Grandad? Never mind about the number plate. Can you see the car?
No. And what it was, loads of people had been driving trucks for years and years and years, yeah? Okay? And these old boys and girls, mainly boys, yeah, did not want to be told.
Well, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you're driving something that big, then it doesn't seem unreasonable to test your ability to do it. And every now and again, you should get tested again.
No, I agree with that part. Yeah, Nick, what happens is you go into a room, you listen to somebody talking, and then eventually you say, if you want to play with your phones, you can. And when it's 3:30, when the bell rings, yeah, you can tick this form, sign it, and go home.
Right. Well, that's not a very good test. Okay. Well, that's a fault with the test rather than the concept of taking a test.
Look, okay. I'll be quick now. Yeah. Look, you know, when I passed my test, you have to go through your car test, then you have to go through your class 2, then you have to go through your class 1. Right. So you got a better class of drivers. You had the theory test, yeah, so you knew what you was doing. Now the government has bought in, right, because they got the pants down. The court with the pants down. They're saying you haven't got a couple of a truck, yeah, which means when you join the unit to the trailer, you haven't got a reverse.
Reverse,
That's
yeah, big one.
They ain't going to produce it. Now I can drive. All I have to do is have a medical, but I will not do the CPC. Yeah,
okay.
I don't want because.
For this next part, can you look away and cough? Well, that news was just chock-a-block. Where do I even begin? International Porridge Making Championships. I don't get it. You just put it in a pan and add water and heat it up. What's so hard about that? I am stunned. And shame about the pigs, eh? Poor cows. I mean, they ain't done nothing. Bring your porker to the slaughter. Get Iron Maiden on the phone. They'll re-record that track.
Rock and roll!
And I guess it could be worse. We could be on La Palma. Explosive bombs of molten lava. Then it would be game over. I mean, that's pretty much all that we got left. Oh, and like a plague of locusts. I suppose we've got that to come too, yeah. How many people on that horse? Edward texts, we are fortunate. We see our PM's appearance in his best of the worst light. Imagine what Carrie has facing her first thing in the morning. Well, Edward, that's just offensive. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's pretty much like Donald and Melania. What's he like first thing in the morning, Melania?
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Separate bedrooms, I expect. Separate houses in separate states. Phil tweets, he hasn't got the presidential access anymore. His card has been rescinded. Phil tweets, what was that about picking broccoli for 52 grand a year? Where do I sign up? I've got my own pruning shears, if that helps. No, it doesn't help. It's not prunes. And Hardeep says, hey, Nick, do you reckon the Queen has her own petrol station so she need not wait? Yeah, I'm sure if any of the Queen's vast fleet of luxury limousines needed any petrol, then they just put the blue lights on and clear the entire area so they'd be able to fill up with luxury petrol. I can only dream of filling up with luxury petrol. God, can you imagine? Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your programme as ever. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nick, I've just got two little facts that challenge Bodger's rosy vision of the UK, and I don't know if you're aware of them. The first is that on Monday, Ewan Blair, Tony's eldest son, floated a company on the stock market. Yeah. He's been building a company for about 6 years now, helping A-level school leavers to head for apprenticeships rather than university. And the day he floated his company, the share value soared so much that he's now wealthier than his dad. Would you like to guess which stock market he used?
The one in New York.
Nope.
Frankfurt.
Near. Very close. He used
Berlin?
Another guess.
I can't remember. I can't remember what the one in Germany is called.
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Want to score some pot?
Yes, Amsterdam. Damn it.
He didn't use the London Stock Exchange, even though his dad was an ex-Prime Minister.
Right.
Amsterdam. And that reminds us that there's a really strong apprenticeship tradition in Northern Europe. So Amsterdam was the logical place to go.
I guess so.
Yeah. And the second little fact, I went to Waitrose today to do some shopping.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they got their Christmas deliveries in, Christmas food deliveries.
It's too early.
And it is too early, but I got there this morning early, and I bought 2 Christmas panettones.
2?
Guess how? 2, because I love panettones. Guess how many panettones were left on the shelf?
Now, wait a minute. This is probably a trick question. You bought 2.
I bought 2.
I bet there was 0 left on the shelf.
Well done. 0. Precisely 0. Don't those 2 facts just speak volumes?
Well, I suppose so. I mean, depending on whether they have 1 million panettones in the warehouse that they just forgot to put out. We'll see first thing tomorrow morning. I'll beat you to the door.
See.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Lance. 0345 6060 973. Supermarkets have been ramping up orders for turkey, the trimmings, and everything else that is associated with Jesus' birthday to cope with an earlier than usual rush. Panettone. It's far too early to be eating that cinnamon raisin bread or whatever it is. It's just so stupidly expensive, panettone. You know how much panettone costs? They're like 15 quid each. What? For a doughy loaf of bread. Supermarkets ramping up orders for turkey, the trimmings, and everything else. People are freaking out that they might not get pigs in blankets. Like they can't make that themselves. You just get a sausage and wrap it in bacon. Of course, you won't be able to get any bacon or sausages. But, apart from that, there's been an earlier than usual rush for Christmas stuff. I mean, around about this time, it's usually before Guy Fawkes night. They pack before Halloween. I mean, they've got a lot of stuff for Halloween normally. Not a tremendous amount. They don't go overboard like Christmas, but, there's a significant Halloween presence. And then instantly that's over. It's full of Christmas. But this year, we're not even waiting for Halloween to come and go. We're freaking out about Christmas now in order to save time later. Supermarkets ramping up orders for turkey and the trimmings and other essentials to cope with an earlier than usual rush. It's because we told all of those foreigners to get out, you see. And since they did, now we can't produce that food ourselves, so we'll be buying it from the very places that those workers went back to. It's called irony. Like, for instance, we wanted Polish people to go back home, and they did. And now we're buying our British turkey from Poland, made into food by the same people that would have done that here. Huh. Oh, well, I suppose Boris Johnson knows what he's doing. Retailers have warned of empty shelves and delays to gifts. Gifts! Due to gaps in the global supply chain and a lack of HGV drivers and workers who have left because we thought they came over here and took our jobs, and now they've gone, we find that we don't want to or can't do those jobs, so those jobs remain undone. It's almost as though this whole Brexit thing wasn't very well thought through. But don't worry, because Aldi is hiring 1,500 temporary store staff to deal with the expected Christmas rush. That must be that high-skilled, high-wage economy roaring into action. Don't spend all those riches in just the one place, you lucky people. And Bodger has appointed ex-Tesco boss David Lewis to fix things that Bodger says are going very well. Which makes as much sense as anything else that's happened lately. Downing Street said former supermarket chief executive Sir Dave is going to advise the PM and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. What a preposterous title. And he's going to work with the government officials to quickly resolve acute short-term issues that Boris says don't exist. And what if he says the obvious? What if he comes back to the PM and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and says the obvious? That the problem is that we shot ourselves in the foot by drumming out all the people that used to make the country tick over. What if he says that? Well, I guess they could always fire him. Fired for telling the truth. We can't handle the truth. I mean, what's he supposed to say about labour shortages caused by us hounding out workers that we, it turns out, need? What's he going to say? We should all have more babies, and that will be solved in 20 short years. Great idea. I've even got the slogan. Bonker Brit for Boris. There you go. You can have that one on me.
Thank you.
A Number 10 spokesmodel said that the tasks involved include both identifying the causes of current blockages and preempting potential future ones, and advising on resolutions either through direct government action or through industry with government support. You know, as long as those recommendations fit in with whatever message the government is churning out on the day. Bodger said, I'm pleased that Sir David Lewis is joining the team who have been working on future-proofing our supply chains across the United Kingdom as we recover from the pandemic and Brexit. That's the bit he did not say. Can't bring himself to say the B word or he'll melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. Thing is, Brexit's been going on for 5 years now. Shouldn't the Conservative government have planned something already? I mean, at no time in the past 5 years did they think that any of this might come to pass, despite being told that it would. Multiple times, every day, by people that they called Ramonas. I mean, seriously, what do they do all day, this government, this cabinet of clowns? Apart from cheat on their wives, fiddle their expenses, get second jobs, and funnel billions of pounds of our money to their friends. Apart from that, what do they do all day? I mean, I suppose, to be fair, it's a wonder with all of that they've got going on that they've got time to comb their hair.
Yeah. Wait.
Tony texts, these are still texts from last night, I'm still trying to churn through these. He says, the government gave nurses 1% pay rise from next April. They'll have to pay 1.2% national insurance contributions, so they're not getting a pay rise, says Tony. Yeah, well, they must not be those highly skilled people that Boris Johnson values so much. Otherwise, they'd be earning the big bucks. Rob texts, I wish Bodger's new slogan was, I'm resigning and not coming back better. Or actually, it should be, I'm resigning, I'm not coming back better. London Colney. Hello, Mandy.
Hi, Nick.
Mandy.
Long time no speaky beaky.
Yeah.
Do you know where Boris is?
What is this, like Where's Waldo?
Do you know where Boris is?
I may have an inkling.
He's on the Costa del Sol.
The Costa del Sol.
Yes.
Oh, my
what
God.
Crisis, what crisis, Nick? Nothing's happening here.
Does that man never take a break from taking a break?
Never. It's disgusting, I'm sorry. And he's worse than that. Think about it. He's left Dominic Raab in charge because he's
my
deputy.
God.
Panic.
We're all in great danger. Dominic Raab's running the country.
Warning, yeah, I know.
Warning.
Build a bunker.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
We're going to have to form the resistance.
It's a nightmare, Nick. This whole situation is a nightmare.
We do appear to be living through something of an unpleasant period, yeah.
It's not very nice, is it? I mean, it's bonkers, to be honest.
I mean, you could turn off your mind, relax, and float downstream.
Hold on a minute.
that
Pause.
helps.
Stream with sewage in it.
Oh.
Raw sewage. Let's make it really tasty. It's disgusting what they're doing to us.
Right.
Isn't it? Lake Windermere is completely ruined with sewage. And it's a beautiful place.
It is, but it is completely ruined with sewage, you say?
Yes, it's killing all the fish and, it's horrible. Every day it's something else.
It is,
Every day.
Well, that is right. It seems to be like, it is like Chinese water torture, except it's not drip, drip, drip. It's a tsunami on the hour, every hour.
Yeah. What we're going to get tomorrow? Bets? Any bets? Anybody?
Yes. Yeah. It'd probably be something really big because, he's left the country. So, yeah.
Well, who's going to... Well, Michael Gove will be boogieing somewhere.
Oh, God. Please, Michael.
I cannot unsee that.
Put your groove away. Nobody wants to see that.
I can't unsee it.
No.
Once you've seen it, it's there.
Yeah, forever.
You can't unsee it. It's disgusting.
Don't turn on the internet, Mandy.
No, I don't.
Or the television.
No, I have to watch television. But this country's gone bonkers.
Yeah, I think
ripped apart.
That seems to be pretty much right. Yeah, if we were a car, we'd be up on bricks. They'd have nicked the wheels and they'd be stripping us for parts.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you just got a message there, Mandy.
No, it's a Twitter, notification. Someone's obviously...
Oh, you've got to turn that off. It makes
Why?
a beep every time you get a notification from Twitter.
No, it does go off at night. I mean, it doesn't... once I switch the iPad off, it goes. Because everybody's so angry tonight on Twitter because of this bloody holiday in Marbella.
Furious. Well, that's what Twitter runs on. Fury.
What, anger?
Yeah. Twitter and Facebook and all of those unsocial media sites. Yeah, well, it's a good job to get off Facebook. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook gives me the willies.
What, Martin Zuckerberg? But I don't do it. I don't understand it. I don't do Facebook. But I do WhatsApp, and that completely crashed the other night, and that was great. A bit peace and quiet.
Everything does seem to be unravelling, yeah.
It's just, everything's breaking. Britain's broken. Don't laugh. It's tragic.
Yeah, well, if I don't laugh, I'll start crying.
I know what you mean.
So I'll just keep laughing, if that's okay with you.
You're like this. I bought...
A gun?
No. By the recommendation of a Twitter friend, actually, a combi oven today, which got a microwave, an oven, and a grill. And it's so much cheaper than the cooker.
Is it?
Yeah.
How'd you know?
Because he told me, and he's clever. He's a Geordie. He's clever with money.
Right. Why do you need three things all at once?
It's a big black. It's lovely. It's black, and it's got a grill.
Yeah.
A microwave.
Right.
And an oven.
Can you use them all at the same time?
No.
Well, what's the point then?
Because I've got a heated fan oven here, and it's quite big.
Yeah.
And to heat that up takes about 10 to 20 minutes. This takes about 5 minutes. So you're saving electric, and I've now got smart meters, and that's scary, trust me. You become obsessed.
Yes.
I've become obsessed. I've only had it since Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait till the bill comes in and have it as a surprise.
Have you got a smart meter then?
No.
Well, it's not for you, Nick. It's definitely not for you.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep using the electricity and pretend it's free. Huh?
I've only spent since Wednesday on electric £3.20.
Rubbish.
I'm telling you.
You want to get yourself a new smart meter. That one doesn't work.
I've just got it. The scary thing is at midnight it goes up 25p for the standing charge, which is such a rip-off. But anyway, that's another story. But I'm happy with my
happy
with my electric supplier, gas and electric supplier. I really am.
Right. Well, at least there's one thing in life that you're happy about: your electric and gas supplier,
and my combi.
Oh, and your funny oven. Yeah.
All
right. Well, it sounds funny to me.
Well, it's not. It's not, Nick.
It sounds like a comedy oven, Mandy. Was it sold to you as a joke? Did it fall out of a Christmas cracker? Be honest.
It's so heavy, it could not have fallen out of a Christmas cracker. I would have been killed if that fell out on my head.
Okay. You made anything in it yet?
No, tomorrow.
You haven't made anything in it yet?
No, it only arrived today.
Well, how do you know it's any good?
Because my friend on
Your
Twitter,
whole
Michael,
story is beginning to fall apart, Mandy.
No. It's a brilliant thing. And, best of all, it self-cleans. You put a cup of water in it, because it's all honeycomb inside, and it self-cleans, so you don't have to wash it.
Well, so do I. I self-clean. I just sweat all my dirt out onto my clothes. And I change my clothes, once every couple of weeks, whether I need to or not. And then,
shower.
No, not necessary. I self-clean. Aren't you listening to me? All of the dirt that's on you just eventually gets sloughed off. And,
hold on a minute. How do you wash your hair?
It's not necessary. You don't need to wash anything.
Doesn't it get greasy?
Mandy, I think that we're requiring a little bit too much information there. That was a throwaway line. You don't need to delve in for detail. But anyway, thanks a lot, Mandy, and I'm glad that you're glad with your new funny oven. 0345 6060 973. This text says, the only way we can have high wages is if we teach kids coding from 5 years old. Robots will do all the low-skilled jobs.
Affirmative.
Yeah, eventually. But I'm not sure even that's true. Robots will do a lot of low-skilled jobs, but there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be impossible for robots to do. That will be low-skilled, low wages. I mean, why does he keep saying that? Well, I know why he keeps saying it, because it plays into people's hopes and dreams that they are going to become high-skilled and high earners. But if you are not already highly skilled and earning a lot of money, then it is vanishingly unlikely you ever will be. Julian texts, Bodger could be right. Being an insolvency lawyer or an official receiver is high-skilled, high-paid work, and that's where the economy is heading. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Yeah. The irony of Boris going on holiday to Spain, swanning off there. Yeah.
To Marbella, nice. Centre of criminal activity on the south coast. He's on the run.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, and also this thing about robots. I want to know where all these robots have gone to do all these low-skilled jobs. And surely that should be the answer to a lot of our problems, shouldn't it?
Of course.
Correct.
Robots.
Weren't we promised years ago, in the Tomorrow's World days and all that, we were going to have all these robots doing these jobs.
Yeah.
But of course, to do a lot of the low-skilled jobs, it's just too complex, I think, to have a robot doing them anyway, I think.
Well, robots are very expensive, and if you're doing a low-skilled job, then a robot would have to replace a lot of people to be, economically viable.
Yeah. And I think I've seen some of these robots, and they were making progress, but they'd set them a task like walking upstairs, and eventually they would just fall over. Or I saw there was another one in the last few days. There's a robot policing a park in America.
Yes.
Looking a bit not very productive, but it looks good anyway.
They tried that in San Francisco because there's a lot of homeless people in San Francisco, so they tried to have it not a security guard going around, but something that looked like a Dalek, and it would toured around and around this building, telling people, please move along, no loitering in this area, that kind of thing, and it ended up upside down in the ornamental pond.
Yeah. But my main question was, my question to you is, haven't you got any Brexiteers willing to come on your show and tell us how fantastic it is? Because I don't hear many of them on your show.
No, you
know,
don't.
and it's obviously we used to hear Brian occasionally. He's great, but don't hear too many others. Don't they phone in? I mean, it'd be good to hear.
Well, I certainly don't weed them out. Whoever calls in, if they get past my glamorous assistant, then I talk to them on the air. And you certainly would not get wheedled out if you were telling me how great Brexit is. But they just don't. No, they seem unusually shy and reticent.
Thin on the ground.
Yeah, thin on the ground. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Matt says, am I mad for stocking up on candles in case of an impending winter of discontent blackout? I'm even considering buying a generator. Yeah, but what are you going to put in it? You can't just magic the electricity out of thin air, you know. Bodger Johnson jets off on holiday as Brits face soaring bills, cuts, and a shortage crisis. What? This is the Mirror. Bodger Johnson jetted to the Costa del Sol as he's on the run. As millions face soaring UK energy bills, a cruel benefit cut, empty supermarket shelves and higher petrol prices. He's washed his hands of it. That's it, he says. My job is done. Thanks a lot, Bodge. We'll take it from here. Bodger Johnson's on a sunshine break in Marbella, if you can believe that, as a cloud of misery engulfed Britain. The Prime Minister jetted to the Costa del Sol, if you please, as millions face soaring UK energy bills, a cruel benefit cut, empty supermarket shelves and higher petrol prices, if they can get any. He actually said out loud that he wasn't worried about rising prices. He said that. I'm not worried about rising prices. Well, of course he's not. He's a blooming millionaire. That's not misspeaking. Sometimes the people tell you who they are by accident. Higher prices? Why should I worry? Mr. Johnson arrived on Friday and is understood to be staying at a luxury villa until Thursday.
Oh, fabulous.
I can only dream of staying in a luxury villa. Hillside properties around Marbella typically boast private pools, swanky bedrooms, bank robbers, drug dealers, and sweeping views across the countryside. Temperatures in Marbs, a favourite with the stars of TV's The Only Way is Essex, are set to be 24 centigrade today. Thank you, but we don't wish to know that. In London, it will be 18 centigrade. Well, that's way off. It's much cooler than that. Although it says angry Brits are much hotter under the collar at government bungling over the ongoing supplies and bills crisis. You're a bungler, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
A Westminster source said, don't question us, peasant. They said, it's fine the PM taking a break, but the timing shows just how out of touch he is with ordinary Brits, facing bills and yet more bills. Wait, a Westminster source said that? Who said that? A Westminster source? What was that? Just some bloke who was walking on the pavement? Who said that? A Spanish police source told the Sunday Mirror last night, officially we can't confirm, but unofficially he's in a big luxury villa on the border between Marbella and Benahavis. We've been aware that the British Prime Minister is staying, and so we were all being extra vigilant. We know how important he is globally and what a potential target he is, so there are extra patrols over the next few days. How important he is globally. It's unclear whether Mr. Johnson's pregnant wife, Carrie, 33, and their 3-year-old son, Wilfred, are there with him in Marbella. What, he hasn't even taken his wife? Who's he gone with? Anyone he knows? Spain had been on the government's amber list before green and amber countries were merged into one list on Monday. Is that clear? No. Johnson wasted no time in jetting off soon after the Tory conference ended, leaving Brits back home to cope with the pain. We appreciate it, Bodger.
You.
It's a pleasure not having you here. As he flew out, store shelves back home were left empty across the country, with many shoppers unable to buy essential foods as Britain's supply chain crisis continued. He's not bothered about that either. Fortnum's delivers. They'll never run out. Blah, blah, blah. I wonder who's paying for this holiday. I wonder if he knows. Or is he going to pretend that he's got no idea? Oh, it's just some massive villa. I just showed up and it was empty, so I just helped myself. Yeah, that's bound to be something like that. That's probably exactly it. Because billionaires, they always tend to leave their villas completely open for just whoever happens to be passing to use, to, avail themselves of. Billionaires, they're like that, generous. Can you believe it? Dave texts, Nick, this is how it goes. Make jobs pay for a bit. Make universities too expensive. Make the population stupid, reversing Blair's education, making more scared, trapped servants, who then you can reduce wages again. Done, says Dave. Some of that made sense, Dave. I get the gist. And Mandeep tweets, on the subject of how much those battery cabs cost, somebody told me that, those big black cabs that sort of look like the old black cabs, but they're much bigger and totally silent because they're run by batteries. Somebody told me they cost over 70 grand.
What?
That can't be true. Anyway, Mandeep says, don't be surprised about taxi prices. Electric ice cream vans are 130,000.
What?
130,000? No. Is that why a 99 with the sprinkles is £10.90? Pretty soon a 99 will be £99. 130 grand to buy an ice cream van. How do they make any money? Let's have Teignmouth. David.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, it's a correlation between low skills and low pay. Surely there are other criteria. There are jobs which are very, very unpleasant. You get care workers that are looking after sort of disabled people that are incontinent. They have to change their nappies for them and wipe their backsides for them. They should be paid for that. The unpleasantness of the job should be part of the criteria in which they're paid rather than purely skill. People that are estate agents, that's not a highly skilled job, and yet they get well paid. So there isn't you don't necessarily have to have this correlation between skill and pay. Just a thought.
Yeah. Well, there's a correlation usually between the available talent pool or the worker pool and the number of positions that need filling. I mean, if you've only got one person and you need 100 jobs done, then that one person will command a higher wage.
Of course, but if the pay's higher, then more people will be prepared to do a lesser skilled job.
Wow. But is that true, though?
Yes.
Is it, though?
Yes, because I have family evidence of that.
Go on.
No, they will do it.
Well, I'm not sure, though. I mean, farmers are finding that that's not the case.
So, yeah, but I've spent my life in the hospitality industry, both in working in hotels and restaurants and working in education in the thing. Now, I've found that there are people that are prepared to do the lower skilled jobs because they know they haven't got the ability, but they have an income.
Right, but that's some jobs. I mean, like being a waiter, for instance, is not like bending over in a field all day yanking broccoli out the ground.
Of course, I'm not saying this is an answer to all of it, but the answer to lots. To me, when I was I was head of a department in a college of further education, and because it was catering, to me the most important people were the ladies that kept the place clean, because you couldn't put kids into a kitchen that wasn't clean, and it's the criteria, and this is how. And they appreciated the fact that I used to tell them this. They are the most important people because you can't start a class unless it is clean, and that runs through the whole thing in society. It's the same in the hospitals. Unless these hospitals are spotlessly clean, and this is down to cleaners, and you can mechanise it and give them facilities which make life physically that I came across. Let me give you one final example and then I'll get off. I was at a hotel somewhere between Coventry and Birmingham, and when there's a knock on the door about 8:30, and there was a couple of blokes there saying, "Are you ready? We'd like to clean the room."
Yeah.
And I looked at them and I said, "Well, you're chambermaids?" He said, No. They worked at a car factory during other shifts, but they technically made the job very more sophisticated. Their trolley was a perfect piece of equipment, and because two of them were doing the job, they did more than two individual chambermaids. So they made the thing technically skilled, and although it is deemed usually a chambermaid as a low-skilled job, but it was highly skilled. And there was a balance in that. There was a program about China where the demeaning jobs were done by people that had no skills and didn't care, and they were actually cleaning the toilet out with the flannel.
They were cleaning the toilet out with the guest's toothbrush.
Yes,
yeah.
With the guest flannel. They were watching them. So there's all sorts of factors which, how much should be paid.
Right.
And what is the other answer? You see, because there are your other speakers have been saying that there are jobs which robots will never be able to do. So you have to have a human being doing it, and therefore you can't totally rely on some people from Eastern Europe or even further apart, because their economies are progressing at one hell of a rate, and they will at least catch us up, and they won't want to do it.
Yeah,
and
most certainly. But you can't have an economy where jobs that have been reliably done by people for a certain wage now are undone unless you increase that wage by 200, 300, 500, 1,000%. It just won't work because those businesses will go out of business.
Yeah, but at some stage, you have to make allowance for the fact that people don't want to do it. And the only way you can is either not have the job done, then what happens, and that's what's happening now,
exactly.
Or you mechanise it completely, and I don't think you can mechanise everything, or you have to pay them a lot more money.
Right.
And you have to do that.
Or you find people who come from places that the low wages that are being offered are high wages to them. The other side of the argument. Hang on a minute. The other side of the argument that people never talk about is the fact that if people don't come here and do jobs for a certain amount of money, for low wages, then those jobs may get farmed abroad, where they're done in another country, and then we buy that product or service from that other country. So it's the same people who are doing the same job, they're just not doing it here. It's like manufacturing. We don't really make much here. We make cars for German companies and Japanese companies and so on. But apart from that, and, exciting ways to kill people, we make stuff like that. But just, your ordinary everyday toasters and clothes and shoes and, stuff like that. We don't make that here anymore. Now, it's not that people came here and took our jobs making those things. We sent those jobs abroad. So rather than having the people come here where they would be net benefit to the economy, we now get none of the money for employing them here. We don't have the factories to employ them here. We don't have the company's taxes and everything that goes with that. We don't have the workers' taxes. We get nothing from that anymore, because all we do now is pay money to them in other countries to do the work that we used to do here. But nobody really talks about that. It's as though that doesn't exist. There's far more jobs that we used to do here that we now farmed out to other countries than are done here by foreign workers who have come here to take the jobs that we don't want to do. But that goes unmentioned. Fulham. Hello, Wendy.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Wendy.
Hello. I was just going to say, to start with, the smart meters.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, well, no, because that's just something else that can go wrong, that I've got to ask somebody to come in and repair it.
How much does a smart meter cost to run? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, but, isn't it just something else that breaks down.
How much electricity does a smart meter use to tell us how much electricity a smart meter is using?
But you know.
I've got no idea.
Well, that lady would know, wouldn't she? She's got one.
What lady? Oh, that lady.
£3.
Right.
I don't know, but yeah. Well, I got stuck on the chicken bit, right?
Huh? I
got stuck in the chicken bit when you were talking about animals and piglets.
Yeah.
Because
I'm very pleased with that. Take your porker to the slaughter.
Stop it. And when I heard the little piglets in the background with that gentleman talking, oh dear. And then I was saying, is it Kate, that how easy, I forgot many years ago when I went far away abroad.
How far?
Middle East, okay?
Oh, far enough,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. And
whereabouts?
Chickens. Oh God, but they're not happy with our country, and we're not happy with their country.
Who aren't happy with us?
No, because it's dangerous, isn't it?
What is?
If I tell you the country.
Well, don't tell me then.
You just asked, and I said.
Don't listen to me.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the little they were only little.
Oh, little chickens.
No, but I'm
chicks.
sorry, I'm really sorry,
Well, there's nothing to be sorry about. As long as they were delicious, that's all that matters.
And then, you see how my mind is?
Yeah, it's becoming absolutely apparent, yeah.
And I ordered tandoori chicken this evening.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought,
yeah.
Chicken, you see, and I feel sorry for chickens now.
Still, if God didn't want us to eat them, he wouldn't have made them delicious.
Well, no, my cats don't like anything tandoori.
Your cats? Well, I wouldn't think so. Cats don't like curry.
Well, it's
you don't find curry in the natural environment, Wendy. Cat food is what you want to serve them. Whatever is in that stuff, it certainly won't be curry, believe me. Anyway, thanks, Wendy, for whatever that was. 0345 6060 973. So Bodger's gone to Marbella, which, as far as I'm aware, last time I looked, was in the European Union. No! That sounds like pretty treacherous behaviour to me. What's wrong with this country, Bodge? Don't you love our country? You believe that? Andy texts. Hi, Nick. Gas prices are rising, supply chains are crumbling, but hey, at least your microphone's facing the right way. Is this thing on? Doreen says, I'm currently on holiday in vibrant Malaga. Why would we not want to be part of Europe is beyond me. Absolute madness, says Doreen. What's the weather like there, Don't tell me. RJ says, Nick, I don't want to stay in this country anymore. It's not BJ, it's RJ. BJ has made his feelings perfectly clear. He doesn't want to stay in this country. I mean, look at the mess. Boris Johnson took one look around him and thought, who on earth is in charge of this mess? I'm leaving. Anyway, RJ says, I don't want to stay in this country anymore. Gas price hikes, fuel and food shortages, the wonderment that is Brexit, and that shower of clowns trying to govern. I've just left my job as a carer in a nursing home due to the stresses and strains of COVID, but never mind. You know who is doing his best. I don't think he's doing anything at all at the moment. You enjoy your holiday, Bodge. We'll struggle by as best we can. Don't worry about us at all. Oh, you're not? Here's Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Nick.
Jane.
Brexit is brilliant.
Is it?
It is.
In what way?
Every way.
In which particular way?
Could it be?
In which particular way is Brexit brilliant?
Listen.
Give me one positive thing that has come from Brexit. One single positive thing that's come from Brexit. Name one thing. One single thing. I'll make it really easy for you, Wendy. Or Jane, whatever your name is. Can I call you Wendy?
No, you can't.
Very uncooperative.
We can promote our culture and our sport around the world.
What culture?
And improve the whole globe.
What culture? Could we only improve now that we're out of the EU, but we couldn't promote when we were in there?
That's it. But anyway, could it be that Boris is
what
really a
part
Remainer
of British
and he's
culture?
doing all this on purpose? Thought about that?
No.
Anyway, Christmas.
I think he is. I think he is a Remainer. He's just a political chancer, and he just went with where the tide was going, and decided to. The crowd was all charging in one direction, and he ran in front of the crowd and shouted, "Follow me." I think that's where we're at.
But he really is a Remainer, so that's why he's making it tough for her. But we are tough. We are having cheese sandwiches on Dover Beach, right, at Christmas.
Well, don't make sure where you sit, because Priti Patel will be on the lookout for anybody who doesn't look right.
Speak to you later, Nick.
All right, thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. Thanks, Wendy. Or Jane, if that is in fact your name. Cheese sandwiches on Dover Beach. Yeah, and watch the misery unfold in front of your very eyes. We'll be pushing them back out to sea and let them drown. Because that's what Jesus wants. I bet it's pretty bracing on the coast there at Christmas. In fact, if I was living anywhere near the coast, I think I'd give it a go. I mean, it's not just Australians that can go to the beach at Christmas, you know. We Brits are a hardy type. We can eat cheese sandwiches on the beach at Christmas, just like Australians can. We'll just need to wear a hat, coat, scarf and gloves, that's all. I'll see you at the shore. Don't be late. It's a date. That nice lady on the news was right. The Conservative Party have been having a high old time this last week, congratulating themselves on a job well done. We've got no food, we've got no petrol, kids are starving to death, and Bodger's gone on holiday. They've been drinking champagne and doing the disco dancing, singing, "I'm having the time of my life." They're HAPPY. And now they've all gone on holiday. Job done. I mean, really. If it was an actual proper job, do you think that they would actually stick around until they'd fashioned to some sort of normality, until the company they were working for was on an even keel? Or would they just drop everything like a hot brick and scarper, leaving a catastrophe in their wake? What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Unbelievable. So who's paying for this holiday, I wonder? And how long will it take eager journalists to ask him that question? Because apparently he had no idea who paid for the last one. He just helped himself to some vacant billionaire's mansion. Not the billionaire was vacant, the mansion was vacant. Oh, yeah, he went to, where was it, Bermuda or someplace like that? Barbados, somewhere like that, I can't remember exactly where. Somewhere I'll never be able to get to if I live to be 1,000. And he just wandered into somebody's vacant mansion. Because they all leave them open over there and people just help themselves. If you can believe that.
No.
Not really. So who's paying for this one, Bodge? Because we know that you don't pay for anything. What's the wallpaper like? Jane texts, robots will do the jobs. Surgery is carried out by AI. In some cases, radiology is more accurate with AI. Driverless Uber, high-tech running McDonald's, and on. There are robots caring for elderly in China and robot chefs coming to a place near you.
Affirmative.
I very much doubt it. Robot chefs? No. How can a robot taste anything? They're not chefs, cooks maybe. They might be able to cook things under supervision from actual real-life human beings. And surgery is not carried out by artificial intelligence alone. It is also supervised by an actual real-life human being. So, robots will do some jobs, but it's going to take absolutely ages, decades, before they start taking over jobs that people have to do, without assistance at the moment. And there'll always be jobs that are low-skilled, low-wage. Always, 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 always. And low-skilled jobs can't be high-wage, because the basis of our economy is that some people earn that some jobs pay a certain amount and other jobs pay another amount. You can't have everybody being high paid, because that weirdly sounds like communism, doesn't it? Everybody gets the same amount. Yeah, sure, that'll work. We could all be Cuba. Jantex, I think the pig farmers may be missing a trick. If delivery is the problem, which it seems to be, slaughter them locally and hold hog roasts on the farm. I'll bring my own applesauce, says Jan. Generous. Delivery is not the problem in this specific case, Jan. It's the cutting them up part that is that those workers are unavailable at the moment. I can't imagine why. Maybe it's we screamed at them for 5 years to go back to where they came from, and they said, "Oh, okay then." And then we said, "No, wait, where are you going? We didn't mean it." Ian tweets, "Why do you blame Boris for everything? I ask you, mate." says Ian. Another one of those furiously angry people who thinks he's won something. Carnforth. Hey up, Annie.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Great, mate.
Good. This isn't what I rang up about, but I just wanted to contradict one of your earlier callers who said carers were just bottom wipers and unskilled, which is absolutely not true. It is actually quite a skilled job, and they do a lot of training for it. It's very badly paid, but that's because I think it's mainly women that do it. And anything that mainly women do, especially if it's seen as part of their caring role, is badly paid. Nursery nurse is the same, badly paid.
Yeah.
Anything that's to do with caring is badly paid. But actually, it's quite a high-skilled job.
And very, 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 very needed.
Yes, definitely very needed. So, yeah, I have to disagree with them. But that's not what I rang up about. I rang about Bodger. I think, just at the moment, I think he might be starting to really shoot himself in the foot, because he's starting to really annoy some of his core votes. And I don't just mean the Brexit voting red wall lot.
Yeah.
I mean people like farmers. I mean farmers nearly all vote Tory. Because I've lived in the country half of my life.
And I bet they voted Brexit, and I bet they would have yelled at me at the time. Yes, of course we knew what we were voting for, and here we find that what they voted for was their ruination. They must be so pleased.
I think it was mixed with farmers. I think some were for Brexit and some are actually really against it. But also business people. I mean, they've all been telling Bodger and that lot for ages, even before Brexit, that this was going to happen. Mm-hmm. Now it has happened, and he's blaming them and saying, "Well, you just weren't organised. You weren't ready for it." Look at the mess it all is.
I mean, he actually pretty much said, "It's not my job to run the country. You get on with it. I'll be in Marbella if you need me."
Yes, yeah. Only I'll have the phone off the hook. Yeah, I think he's annoying so many people now, especially his core voters, like farmers, like business people. Who was the one that said F business? That
was Johnson. Yeah, that was Bodger Johnson. Yeah, he did. Yeah. It's actually worse than that, because he can always get his core voters to come back by just demonising foreigners. I mean, that's the trick that works for him, and it's worked for every wannabe autocrat in history. Just demonise foreigners, say that your problem is those people's fault, and it'll be the EU or whoever it might be. It doesn't really matter, just as long as they're other. But it's worse than that, because you don't even have to read between the lines in the offshore billionaire newspapers anymore, the right-wing press. They're going for him. There's so many negative stories about him now. I mean, it's like wave after wave of negative stories with his picture above them. And at the same time, these vomitously cloying articles telling us how great Fishy Sunak is. There was something that was in the Mail the other day. It was one of the Star columnists, and I read through it and I thought, wow, if ever I swallow some poison and I need an emetic, I'm going to bookmark this so I can throw up straight away. It was absolutely, it was just so sugary. It was just diabolical. They were just pouring the love all over Fishy Sunak for no good reason that I could find. Other than that he apparently, mystifyingly, is popular with the public, probably because he's the fellow that's been giving them the money.
Yes,
But
probably.
and that column, I tried to find it again, and it seems to have disappeared. Which is very curious. So I think maybe he got a lot of blowback from, it was just so vomitously cloying in its love for Fishy. I thought maybe they took it out and thought, well, maybe we'll sit on this for a while, because it read like a fan letter. But the negative stories in the Telegraph and the Mail and the Express and papers like that, the Sun, that are attacking Boris Johnson are beginning to increase in number. I think he's lost the room.
Yeah, well, I think they want to keep the Tories in power, don't they? Obviously,
Yeah.
so if they think he's a bit unpopular, they'll really go for him and go for somebody that's a bit more popular. He's just making himself unpopular with absolutely everybody, and especially, like I say, his core vote. I mean, you know, because farmers, it's not just pig farmers, it's the ones who are growing fruit and veg. That, you know, I heard some farmers being interviewed from Scotland that were growing strawberries, and they said quite a few of them are just not going to be doing it anymore because they can't get the workers to pick the strawberries. And I was thinking, well, I think what a good idea is to conscript a lot of those people, that any able-bodied person that voted for Brexit, and send them up to Scotland and send them picking our Christmas dinners, because who's going to pick the sprouts and the parsnips and everything?
Oh my
They just
God.
want to get them out in the fields and say, right, get picking. You voted for Brexit. We've got no pickers anymore. Get out there and pick it. We'll conscript you.
Yeah, well, they better. No sprouts or parsnips.
Terrible. What are we going to do?
Well, I don't know. That doesn't leave us any. We ain't got no turkeys. We ain't got no sprouts or parsnips. We'll have a big bowl of gravy.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, not roast will be all right, but I definitely need my sprouts and parsnips.
Yeah.
And chestnut sauce.
Well, I have a Christmas pizza, and just as long as flour and tomatoes and prawns and all of the rest of it are still available, we don't want no empty shelves around the pizza aisle, that's for sure.
Oh, you're bound to get empty shelves everywhere, the rate we're going. I mean, the things just seem to be getting worse. Weird things. I mean, like bin liners. For the last few weeks, we've really been having trouble up here getting bin liners, like pedal bin liners, black bin liners. You know, poor carers have been running around all over Lancaster looking in different supermarkets and couldn't get any black bin liners. And I think, you know, what next? I mean, you need black bin or all sorts of bin liners.
Well, yeah, you do. I mean, that's my winter coat, is a black bin liner.
Yeah, and no broccoli either in either of the supermarkets
What?
in Carnforth. No broccoli. Because I normally get organic, but there wasn't any broccoli of any description. So I hope they are going to play people whatever it was, 52,000 for broccoli picking.
Yeah, can you imagine how much broccoli is going to cost if the people who yank it out of the ground are being paid £52,000 a year?
Probably be £100 a floret or something.
Well, it's going to become a luxury item. I mean, it's a basic now, but it will become a luxury item. This is what people don't seem to understand. I mean, the Bodger keeps going on about everyone's going to be highly skilled and highly paid. Impossible. Nowhere on earth, no economy in the world can pay everybody a high wage. It's just not done.
No, it's not. And I mean, food is going to become a luxury item, just full stop.
Yeah.
Well, it is for some people, isn't it?
That's right.
Already.
A choice of heating or eating. Yeah,
Definitely.
Well, as long as we don't get a cold winter, which is exactly what people are saying we're going to get. Of course, it's a little far away now. They can barely tell us precisely what's going to happen next weekend, but it's not looking good because of the wind. Have you heard about the wind?
No, I haven't.
Right, well, stay right there, Annie, and I'll go away and come back and I'll tell you all about it. All right. Sean.
Nick, I can't believe it. If I've just woken up from a nightmare, like, is he away on holiday?
Yes.
Ollie Rubble Johnson.
Yeah, he's on holiday, yeah.
What's he doing over there? They haven't broken up yet, have they?
Sean, at least we know that he's over there, where he's relatively. We are relatively safe when we know he's over there and we're over here.
Can we have a snap election while he's away and let them kidnap him? Let's have a snap election and then get the Tories out while he's away.
Well, if that's the plan, Sean, then I have bad news for you. They'd win.
They wouldn't win.
They would.
They wouldn't win. We
Yeah, they
cannot put up with this arse idiot of an what? I cannot believe it. I'm just tongue-tied.
Yeah.
Honest, mate.
I know.
I just.
Well,
don't,
let me sum it up for you. Is that about right? Yeah.
I don't believe what he's doing. Like,
right.
I think he's just taking that absolute mick out of this country. Like,
okay. Well saved there. I thought we were going to stray off into unpleasant territory there, but saved right at the end there. Good work, Sean. Thanks a lot, mate. Believe it, it's happening to you. Yeah, they'd win again. I don't know what it's going to take for people to wake up. Wake up, sheeple. It's later than you think. The latest YouGov poll of polls, the Conservatives are on 39, Labour are on 31. They'd win again. What does it take? It's just like mystifying. Conservatives are on 39, Labour are on 31. We've been queuing for petrol for 2 weeks. You go to the supermarket, there's no food on the shelves. The prices are going through the roof. We can't afford to heat and eat. Christmas is cancelled already. And they're still winning. Riddle me that. However, if only the leader of the Labour Party would get his head out of his... trying to think of a nice way to say it. I can't. If only he would get his head out and look around and get into a coalition, a rainbow coalition of interested parties. They could call it a union. Because if Labour and the Lib Dems and the SNPs and the Greenies all got together, that would amount to 55%, which does sound like the majority to me, whereas 39% is not a majority. I mean, it's a little lower than what they got the last time, but what they got the last time was also not a majority. Minority. It's another minority Conservative government with 100% of the power. What's democratic about that? Even if the Labour Party just teamed up with the Greenies, who are on 9%. 9% for the Greenies. Groovy. Well done, Greenies. Excellent work. You used to be the 1% party, and then for a long, long while you were the 4% party. Now you're on 9. Wow, good going.
Yowza.
9%. Even if the Labour Party teamed up with the Greenies, they, just the two of them, would beat the Conservatives. But they just don't do it. I mean, Keir Starmer, please, get your head out, look around, smell the coffee. A coalition government. There's so many countries that are perfectly well ordered, with happier people than we've got here, that are run by coalitions. It makes no sense to claim that you had to leave the European Union to take back our democracy when we don't actually have a democratic government. Because they were elected by a minority, yet they have 100% of the power. And some of their core fans are turning against them, by which I mean the newspapers. The newspapers are writing negative stories about Bodger. They're coming for you, Bodge. I think their patience is wearing thin. That poor act is wearing a little bit thin on them. Now, if it's wearing thin on them, they must be making the assumption that it's starting to wear thin on the people. And maybe it is. The Times wrote this: the Conservatives are no longer the party of low taxation, new polling suggests. Bodger is facing a backlash from voters who have lost confidence in the government's handling of the economy. This is according to a study by YouGov. Well, let me remind you that YouGov poll of polls still has the Conservatives on 39 and Labour on 31% of the vote. So they haven't lost that much confidence. It depends on what you ask them. If you ask them, is the government doing an excellent job, they say no. If you ask them, would you vote for Conservatives tomorrow, they say yes. It's just such a bizarre situation that we find ourselves in. What's the best party to solve all of the problems caused by the Conservative Party over the last 11 years? Oh, I know. The Conservative Party. That'll fix it. I mean, you just couldn't make it up. Boris Johnson facing a backlash from voters who have lost confidence in the government's handling of the economy. A study by YouGov has found that the electorate believes that the Tories are more likely to raise tax than Labour. The Tories are now the party that's renationalising the railways, doling out furlough and raising taxes.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Nothing makes sense anymore. With the tax burden to rise to its highest level in 70 years, more than half of voters said that they've lost faith in the government's handling of the economy. So says YouGov. Which is interesting, because every time YouGov says something positive about the Conservative Party, you know, they print something positive, one of their polls suggests, approval. Twitter lights up with, oh, well, they would say that, wouldn't they? And they're strangely silent whenever YouGov print something that is negative that their polls have come up with about the Conservative Party. With the burden of tax to rise to its highest level in 70 years, more than half of voters said they've lost faith in the government's handling of the economy. YouGov reports. So it was higher taxes that made you lose faith. Interesting. Not the £47 billion they spent on a £10 app that doesn't work, or the billions that they threw at their mates for PPE that didn't work, or the billions that they wasted on tanks and warships that don't work, and all that went by, and their capacity to run the economy was not questioned. But when you raise our taxes, that'll do it for us. 54% of those surveyed said that the government was managing the economy badly. 34% had the opposite view. I'd just like to hear the internal mental struggle that those 34% who think that this government is running the economy well have gone through to think that. Does it sound like this? Is that the noise that they hear in their brains in moments of quiet contemplation? The 34% who think that the government is managing the economy well? Compared to what? Compared to what they got in La Palma. Explosive blobs of molten rock bursting out of volcanoes. You mean compared to that? Could be worse, I suppose. The Prime Minister criticised Labour's economic record this week, saying that Keir Starmer wanted to tax the rich till the pips squeak, which is what rich people say when they are subject to any tax at all. Tax is for the little people, not leprechauns. The poll shows 64% of people thought that a Tory government would raise tax. 56% said that a Labour government would. Blimey. In his speech to the Tory conference, Johnson defended raising national insurance and corporation tax, putting the blame for shortages in shops and petrol stations on companies' reliance on cheap foreign labour. They're going to keep repeating that over and over and over again. In a year's time, he'll still be saying it. Just demonising the foreigners because it works for the fans. He says we are embarking now on a change of direction that is long overdue in the UK economy. He said the answer is to allow people of talent to come to this country, but not to use immigration as an excuse for failure to invest in people and skills. That is the direction in which this country is going now, towards a high wage, high skill, high productivity, and yes, thereby low tax economy. Yeah, we're going to skip all of that and just go to the low tax part. Low tax on the wealthy. But the initial stuff, the things about high wage, high skill, high productivity, is very interesting. But my question remains, who is going to do all the low skill, low wage jobs? Just out of interest. 'Cause those jobs won't go away. we'll still need them to be done, but who's going to do them? If we are all high skill, high wage, and we don't want foreigners coming in here to do low skill, low wage jobs. So who's going to do all those jobs? Just curious. He's got no idea. It's just a soundbite. It's just one of those things that they say over and over again. Don't question them about it, because it's got no substance. It's all veneer. It's a sheen. Tony texts, that sinkhole in the, was it the M5? One of those. He says, that sinkhole was caused by Insulate Britain sitting in one place for way too long. Al tweets, well, people go to France to buy milk and bread duty-free. Yeah, it used to be a certain type of cruise.
Booze.
Now it's a bread cruise. And Avdi texts, Nick, my wife has gone to a luxury spa hotel near Chester tonight and is out of contact now. Emergency calls only. Levelling up is going well then. P.S. Waitrose booked for the 20th of December. That's crazy. They're really taking bookings for Christmas already. People are freaking out. Atlanta, Georgia. Graham.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Hey, the correct or polite expression is where the sun doesn't shine.
Right.
With regard to someone's head.
Yes.
Now, is there any country on the planet where things are going okay? Because, you know, we got ships on the coast that can't come into port, whether it's the Chesapeake Bay, San Francisco, anywhere, New York.
That's right.
Nothing gets delivered. And then when it gets delivered, there's no truck drivers. I saw a sign at the post office looking for help. Every building of a business has a help wanted sign on it around here.
Right.
And it's crazy. It's you know, I listen to you guys every night almost, and you've got it bad, but we've got it bad. Is there a place where it's not bad?
It was bound to be.
We can't.
I bet Monaco is doing just fine.
Oh well, yeah, it's artificial. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. How about Disneyland?
We're not gonna
no
have
problems
no
in
Christmas trees.
Disneyland.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're not going to have Christmas trees, they're saying.
Yeah, you think
Christmas tree.
Well, you think that America has got no end of fur. You ain't got no Christmas trees.
Artificial or otherwise. There's going to be no artificial trees.
Well, don't have an artificial tree. That's terrible.
It is terrible, but, you know, that's environmentally friendly, though, right?
Is it? Is it, though? Is it?
Well, I don't know. There's no cedars in Lebanon, and there's no power, I guess, either. And you cut all the elms down to make the fleet, so you got no elm trees in England.
Elm?
Yeah. Those are the ribs on a ship.
Yeah, but you don't have an elm as a Christmas tree.
No, I know. It's the trees in general.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. What is there something in the virus that really just made everything go wonky? I mean, outside of everybody getting sick?
I guess
mentally sick.
You can't close down the world economy pretty much for any period of time and expect it to just bounce back open.
And with regard to the 30%, we got 30% over here that think our president's doing okay, and you got 30% over there that think that Boris is doing okay. So you said, what's wrong with this 30%? I said the same thing.
Well, I think
what's wrong with the 30%?
Biden's approval ratings are way above 30. I mean, they're not. I think they dipped below 50%.
Above, let's see. For independents, though, who really run the elections, it's only 30-some.
No, but you can't do that. You got to take it as a whole.
No, the independents.
Biden's lowest number is still higher than Trump's highest number.
Put down that Trump crack pipe, will you, please?
It's true. Well, you brought Biden up, and so you must compare him to whoever he was preceded by.
No, I was comparing him to Boris. They're both dismal leaders.
They're not doing the same job, but yeah, I suppose so. Okay, then.
They're not doing any job, are they?
Well, Boris isn't doing anything at the moment.
They're
No.
None of them are doing anything. You know.
Well, Biden has a problem in America in that he has to work with the Republican Party, who have lost their minds since the Trump takeover of that party. Now they won't do anything in order to help America. They'd rather, if America was a car, they'd rather drive it into one of those trees that we were talking about than actually do the right thing if it helped anybody in that car that voted Democrat. They're insane.
I know, but I don't think there's a lot of wrong things that they don't want to vote for either. If you worry about 400 migrants coming across on rubber boats, we got 203,000 in since January. You know,
203,000. That's probably not
203,000 new border crashers in our country.
Yeah, I don't think so. They may have come to the border, but I don't think they got through the border because apparently they got people on horseback with whips down there, which is not a very good look. But anyway, Graham, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Cindy texts, the only two problems I've had, Nick, were no chocolate eclairs, and I wanted 3 packets of peanuts, but I had to make do with one. I think that's called first world problems there, Cindy. Jez says, Nick, will the army deliver drivers dressed up as Quality Street soldiers in keeping with the Christmas spirit? Absolutely, Jez. You can request that on your delivery note. Let's have Cornwall. Hello, Mark. Mark? Oh, Mark. Too late. Orpington. Ray.
Hi, Nick. Derriere is an acceptable alternative, I think, to where the sun doesn't shine, but a bit French. Right. Your coalition idea could only work if we had proportional representation rather than the first past the post system, which we enjoy, because how would the Greens deliver Labour victory in individual constituencies? They're only strong in Brighton and anywhere along the HS2 route, and the Shires aren't going to vote for Labour, are they? And of course, few will vote for a rainbow coalition, which includes, well, because they'll end up with the strand they least like, especially if it's the Scottish nationalists, for example. How would that work? They want independence, don't they? Would Labour and the Lib Dems be happy with that? And when it comes to Lib Dem coalitions, well, how did the last one turn out for them?
Yeah, but there were strange bedfellows, though. I mean, if they had to make a choice, I would have said that the Liberal Democrats should have chosen the Labour Party to go into a coalition with, but they screwed it up and they went the wrong way.
Well, the Nick Clegg's argument, wasn't it, was that the Tories had the larger vote than Labour, and therefore he was being democratic.
Yeah, right.
And also, I mean, the Liberals, Lib Dems tend to be strongest in otherwise pretty right-wing constituencies, don't they? So if they are seen as going to go with Labour, I don't think they're going to shift that many Tory votes. So I simply don't, as I say, if you quoting the percentage totals, doesn't apply because of all the peculiarities of the individual constituencies. Anyway, I've already got my Christmas pudding in. Just the one. I'm not panic buying, just being careful.
Now, is it one of those Christmas puddings with a surprise inside?
No, it was very cheap. It was in one of these sort of poundy type stores, and it's $1.99, I think. So.
You got something for $1.99 in a pound store?
I'm not fucking.
You've been done.
But anyway, I mean, I should just carry on dreaming, because I had a really exciting one the other night. I dreamt I was ruled by a domineering Home Secretary. I woke up and it was true. Oh, what a beautiful morning.
I know. What a shower, eh?
Here we go. Okay.
And there he went. Thanks a lot, Ray. 0345 6060 973. Paul says, there's nothing a 3-word slogan can't fix. Yeah, I think that's what they're planning on. Just keep pouring out those 3-word slogans, Bodge. That'll work. Anything that rhymes with better. Just keep thinking. He's gone on holiday. Think about words that rhyme with better. Because that was really funny, no?
No.
Not really. Sandra says, Bodger's on holiday in a large luxury villa on the outskirts of Marbella. Nothing urgent for him to deal with, of course. Not like there's an emergency. This says, Nick, the country voted for Brexit. We knew what we voted for. Plus, stop having a go at Boris. He's doing his best. I assume you're being sarcastic. You can't tell tone with texts, but I'll assume a rich seam of sarcasm running through it. Nick texts, Christmas will be fine. After Brexit, we are free to make interplanetary trading arrangements. We can get the soup dragon on the Clangers planet to make us lots of freedom sprout soup. That sounds delicious. I'll have a big bowl of freedom soup, please. It's off. Jane tweets, your caller is talking nonsense. I've got no idea which one she's talking about. But anyway, one of the callers on this show was talking nonsense. Can you believe that?
Yes.
She says, your caller is talking nonsense. My Sainsbury's in East Grinstead has huge gaps on its shelves and massively diminishing choice since March. They move the stock around to disguise this, says Jane. I'm in Spain at the moment. No shortages or gaps in the supermarkets here. I must say, I haven't noticed great gaps on supermarket shelves. But then I haven't actually been to a supermarket in a couple of weeks. I've just been, living off fridge scrapings. Just whatever has adhered to the back of the fridge, where the ice collects. Just scrape that off and heat it up. The only thing that I did notice was I went to the supermarket a little while ago and they didn't have any tequila. No tequila.
Booze.
Exactly, Carol. Shocking. Other than that, I haven't actually noticed any massive gaps on shelves yet. Oh, porridge. They didn't have any porridge that one time I went. Yeah, a couple of things. But so I'm going to have to go shortly though, because you can only scrape so much out of the back of the fridge without bringing off the plastic. This text says, would you believe it? The PM is on holiday in Marbella, left after the conference. Totally amoral. Totally amoral, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This person here thinks you're totally amoral.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Completely correct in every respect. Louise says, listening to those clips of Trump earlier made me miss him a bit. Shows just what a world we live in that I actually miss Donald Trump. You're out of your mind, Louise. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I missed the funny Trump, not the frightening the fascist takeover Trump. Not missing that part, not at all. 0345 6060 973. Enfield, hello, Tony.
Hello there, Nick. Look, the country is in a complete chaos.
Is it?
You would think we're desperate for a change of government.
Yes.
We need an election. What's wrong with the British people? 4 million British children live in poverty. We've heard all the other, no police on the streets, the hospitals are in chaos, and he's gone on holiday. But I just can't believe that I'm in the United Kingdom.
But apart from all of that, how's it going?
Fabulous.
Well, Nick, you mentioned Cuba. Well, they don't make an appointment to see a doctor in Cuba. The doctors wait for the patients. They've got a fantastic health system in Cuba, but you won't read any of that in the British press because it's a socialist system. It's quite extraordinary what they've achieved out there. In fact, they beat the United States, but you won't read that anywhere.
Well, beat the United States in what regard?
Well, first of all, the United States has a financial economic blockade on Cuba for the last 60 years.
Yeah.
There's only one country that puts its hands up supporting the US at the United Nations. We're one of 188 countries that votes against the American blockade of Cuba.
Right, you're talking about the health service in Cuba is better than that in the United States. Well, it's undeniable because it's available to people regardless of how much money they've got, whereas in America, it's the only country in the world where universal healthcare is not a right. It's a product that you can purchase. America has lost its mind. I mean, we look at this country and think, God, what's going on here? But America has jumped the shark. It is insane in America. I mean, thank God there's still America to be the laughing stock of the world and take the heat off us.
Well, yes, spot on there. I mean, I've been all over the States, and I mean, I could never live out there. I like going on holiday, but I could never live out there.
Exactly. It looks great from a distance. You don't want to get close up.
And you phone for an ambulance, you get a bill for $600 the next day.
More.
So there you go.
Way more. Yeah.
God bless
Thousands.
America.
Yeah. They're going to need all the help they can get. I'm not sure that God's that interested, but might as well ask for the help while you can. Yeah.
But it's extraordinary what the Cubans have achieved in 60 years in that blockade by the United States.
I'd like to go to Cuba just to see before it gets refurbished and there's a Starbucks on every corner. I'd like to go just to see that sort of faded 50s glamour. I think that would be quite a sight.
Nick, in Havana, they have 3 synagogues, small Jewish community, Catholic church, Christian church, Islamic museum.
Cancel that trip. Too many religionists.
John Lennon Park, Princess Diana Memorial Gardens in Havana.
What?
I've been there many times.
What's really John Lennon and Princess Di got to do with Cuba?
Because that's what the people wanted. It's people's power in Cuba, not.
I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure about that.
The reason why it's not gone into McDonald's and all the rest of it is because the
American
people,
embargo.
Yeah, no.
Well, it is.
They've got one McDonald's in Cuba. It's at Guantanamo Naval Base, which is illegal.
Right.
You know, they was asked to leave all decades ago. They just sit there. They break international law. Guantanamo Naval Base, U.S. military base.
Right.
You won't read anything nice about Cuba. You'll have to go to Havana. It's 3 times the size of Ireland, Cuba, and it really is great people.
But the weather's better, less rain. That's what I hear. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And Veradero Beach is 14 kilometres long.
And what's the weather like around about now?
It'd be beautiful.
Okay, I'm back on with the trip. Rebook that trip. Cancel my cancellation. All right, thanks a lot, Tony. It's my travel agent. I could get there by wind power. Except there is no wind. This is the bad news about wind. Industry experts are warning that climate change may have caused wind speeds in Europe to plummet this year, in news that threatens to drive energy prices even higher.
Oh, no.
Yes. You believe this? Wind farms have cropped up across the continent in recent years and have been built as a low-cost, renewable and dependable source of power. But increased dependence on green forms of energy have also been touted as a solution to Britain's national gas crisis, but weather modelling groups and academics appear to have quashed those hopes. Experts are blaming a growing phenomenon known as global stilling. There's a new one for you. Global stilling, whereby measurable wind speeds across the world's continental surfaces have decreased by as much as 15% since 1980. And it's all part of global warming.
Thank you.
Stilling. Atmosphere expert Professor Paul Williams of the University of Reading said one explanation for plummeting wind speeds could be human-related climate change. It's us what done it. We're doing it to ourselves. Irony alert. The thing we're trying to avoid, global warming, might mean that we can't use eco-friendly wind power to avert global warming because of global warming. Isn't that great? We're trying to use wind power to avoid global warming, but because of global warming, we won't be able to use wind power. You see, the poles are warming, not Poland, north-south poles, are warming faster than the tropics in the lower atmosphere areas, says this expert, Professor Paul. He said this would have the effect of weakening the mid-latitude north-south temperature difference and consequently reducing the thermal wind at low altitudes. Is that clear?
No.
Anybody any idea what he's talking about?
Negative.
Any significant fall in wind speed would be felt by a growing army of wind farms as stronger gusts equate to more electricity being generated. With winds in the North Sea not blowing as they should, energy companies were left scrambling to source reserve gas to heat homes and businesses this winter. And that rush caused energy costs to skyrocket, with British firms already warning that they're going to have to slow production ahead of the winter months. Industry analysts suggest that the current energy cap of £1,277 a year would rise by as much as £800. Oh, my God. We've just gone through the country's longest spell of low wind in over a decade. But that's okay. We can just switch to nuclear power from all those nuclear power stations the government has been careful to build to replace the ones that are going out of service. Oh, that's right. They didn't, did they? They just sat back and did nothing. Well done, Dave. Good job.
I think this is nonsense.
What do you think, Bodge?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Because with the exception of Sizewell B and Hinkley Point C under construction, all of the UK's existing nuclear power plants are going to be closed by the end of 2030. That's in 9 years, fact fans. So we won't be using coal because the government's phasing that out in 4 years, and we won't have enough nuclear power, and wind power won't work. So our future is campfires and candles. It's not back to the future, it's forward to the past. If only we knew somebody who knew something about wind.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Oh, save us, obese Don Kenobi. Donito Mussolini. Trumple Thinskin, we need your help. Get Ancient Orange on the phone. You know, A-Golf Twitler.
Oh, shut up!
Hairspray Haystack. The Peach Powder Puff President. We need you.